I'm the golden son while playing the GBA game. Brain off the scale to thinking he mean weight gain. No surge, electrify the mind. I'm in charge of the buzz, get your power stripped. I'm my own plug, you the socket. Let more punchlines, the trash in your pocket. That's you to stop it. More than rap, this composite, you gossip, I rock it. See the variation? It don't matter black or white, bring the drama, Perry Mason. I'm adjacent to the destined, counting all my blessings while they selling their soul. No, you gotta be desperate like them housewives. Hear the real with my mouth wide, paths going north, but they still hear the south side in me. These rappers are actors who giving out Emmys. Find me a Denny's looking proud of their penny without an Oscar. I'ma lay it proper. Father, this sound ironic, didn't have a papa for most of my life. Foster home to home. Don't let me start. Comment tell me about real love. It starts in the heart, not the pants. Born without a chance. Probably met destiny plenty times and noticed when she glanced at me. When you dance with me, who would've known these dreamers become fans of me? Put up your hands for me. Touch the sky, the model we grew up with. Bumping that old Wayne, about to see if this truck fit in my garage. I'm kidding, no car, but I got drive. Even if I retire, never be top 5. I survived the rugged terrain. Determination in my brain, God help me find joy through the pain, gain clarity that I share to the masses. Same kid, they dreaming in classes. Future look disastrous. Time for the heroes and less fastest. Clean air, less gases. But y'all know what I'm trying to convey. Change streams, play games, watch a few anime. Found a path to be great, not a moment to waste. Mama check it, don't worry, I'm straight. We gon' take it to the top of the globe. Spread love, realest quote that I wrote. You know, sky's the limit. All my life I was sober. We surpassing that with each episode. Behold, a new episode. New day, a new episode. A new day, a new day, a new episode. A new day, a new episode. A new day, a new. Go ahead, let them throw that shade. You gotta wait to see the picture. Old Kodak days, don't go that way. They songs all filler, and it shows not at the museum. Fans never been stellar. Pendilla shows a route set score. I ain't trying to be known by a number like the kids next door. My lord, they want us in cages or the seats, cause we fresh to death. Cash get sharp every week. Who me? I'm nothing but a kid from the boondocks, writing living color. Different world in my boombox, chilling in my afternoon socks with a cute thing. Excuse the missed call, didn't notice you rang. Sharp tongue from the heavens, we thinking outside of the box. They call him Stoop Kid, never lead his steps. No one knows of his woes, cause he keeps to himself in seclusion. But me, I had to find out his story, so I sat by his stoop. He said his name's Corey. Told me how he used to be in love with a dame, but she left about as fast as she came. Said the sky's never been the same. Air's less fresh, chemtrails blanket the sky, and we compressed to a perfect world that we created within the mind. We blind to the truth as the days unwind. He finds happiness and watch the time go by. He asked, do you know why? Cause at least I'll know when we die. Society's engulfed in trends, and it's hard to find friends when your vision ain't the same through the lens. A cleanse what we need, but our pride won't accept it. Love's like a precious baby girl, and I'm wishing that we kept it. Neglected all our principles, kids laughing at me every day. How conventional, all one-dimensional. I wish I was invincible, I would just fly away. Aim for the sun, hope to land in a higher place. That's my escape from reality. Life is a dream, but it seems we've been sleeping in ravines. For now, I'ma chill with the ranting. Sit up on my stoop while the kids keep chanting. Stoop kids afraid to leave the stoop. The stoop, stoop kids afraid to leave it. The stoop, stoop kids afraid to leave the stoop. The stoop, stoop kids afraid to leave it. The stoop, stoop kids afraid to leave the stoop. The stoop, stoop kids afraid to leave it. Stoop now, stoop kids afraid to leave it. Stoop, stoop kids afraid to leave it. Stoop. A tear rolls down his cheek. He asks, how did life become bleak? We used to seek joy, now we lost in translation of the language called money. I pity our generation. I told him I agree, but you looking at the downside. It's a bigger world outside the walls you hide, and I can guide you to a new state of mind if you let me. But hearts can't receive what the soul isn't ready for. Look, life is a metaphor, it's up to you to find a meaning. You can't stand for something if you steadily leaning on pillars of self-loathing. Imagine what you're missing in addition to beautiful life that you ain't even living. Places that you never been, people that you'll never meet. Happiness if you're willing to seek beyond the stoop of your seclusion, but really just a barrier to block away the image of a place much scarier called reality. Well, he stopped me mid-sentence, took a step down like a sinner doing penance. Said he wanna take a chance, thanks for the referral. Safe to say this boy's gonna finally leave the world, so stoop kids gonna leave it. Stoop kids.
Are you ready?
Word to wise, grass only greener when it's fertilized. Gave him truth and he songs, they prefer the lies. Destiny beautiful, adrift in her purple eyes. You can't see me, you Stevie, wondering how I reach more evolutions than Evie and make it look easy. Dream on, yeah. Dream on, dream weaver. Dream weaver.
What is up, Earth's mightiest subscribers? This is your boy Ernie Blerd Without Fear. We are back, baby. In here today, live and direct, coming straight up out the Memphis of Tennessee. That's right, back again. Also joined today by nothing but illustrious co-host. Illustrious co-host, so illustrious, in fact, they're always coming from undisclosed locations. Joined by my guy, Carter. Carter presents. What's going on?
How are you? How is everybody? Seems like people are already coming here at a very fast pace. As you can see, I'm live on the red carpet right now. What red carpet? Mind your business. How is everybody doing?
Looking you looking mighty festive over there.
I am. Thank you very much. This took a very long time to just get this hair straight, but mind your business. Let's get this show started.
You ain't shit. And I'm here for it, goddammit. I'm here for it. Lord, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children. Hopefully there's no boys and girls in here, no children in here. Hopefully there's none but grown folks in here, because we're gonna be talking about some shit today. But yeah, no, we're man, dude, it's wild times, man. It's wild times.
Truly.
Did someone say you hide from the IRS like this? Look, which is funny because we were literally just talking about that shit. Look, y'all, it's getting wild out here, y'all. You know what sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. You see, what you really need to be concerned about is when y'all start seeing my ass showing up in videos in disguise is when y'all really need to be concerned. Look, my ass turn around with that pink wig and be like, what's going on? Like, hi. Was it, what's up, cool cats and cool kittens? That's when y'all really need to be concerned. I started wearing the leopard print pants.
Oh, goodness.
Look, that's when y'all need to be concerned. Look, sitting out here making country songs. I saw a tiger. Look, y'all know me, man. Y'all know me. Here real quick, let me get. I gotta get the link for this real quick because I'm pretty sure I might have messed up something on this tweet before I send it out. But man, how's everybody doing? I want to know how's everybody doing. Let me check out the chat real quick. The chat's wilding right now. Is that not the pink wig? Hey, yes, the pink wig. Yes, that one. Here, give me one second. Yeah, there we go. Let me kill that real quick. Let me copy this. And
you gotta approach the nerd in here saying, my daughter just told me to tell you that pink wig is not your color, and that you need to cease and desist.
Cease and desist? Oh no, I got to. Look, because you look. Let me tell y'all something. Let me fuck around and hit the lottery. Let me fuck around and hit the lottery, goddammit. Y'all, shit. Y'all will never see this face again. I will go into witness protection. I'll be in witness protection. Y'all will never see or hear from me again. Y'all be like, God damn, dude, where'd Blerd go? Look, I have a new channel, too. They'll be like, it'll be a new name, won't be anything like Blerd Without Fear. Y'all will never know the difference.
Whoa.
But no, here, let me send out this tweet. All the social media shit. Because I'm trying to be better about advertising. You got to be better. We're trying. It's a thing. Also speaking of advertising, I should probably share with the Discord that we've gone live, because apparently I have not been doing that lately. At least not as well as I should. So we will just go ahead and do that. Right, quick, fast, and in a hurry. Let the world know. Blerd Co. I'm pretty sure most of Blerd Co. is here. Y'all know the vibes. You know how, and this is no shade against anybody, but this is how I can always tell who really fucks with me and who doesn't. Like, who knows at 12 p.m. Central Standard Time that I'm going live? It's like, I've been doing this shit for over a year, man. Same time, just about. I think only maybe once or twice have I like gone at a later time, and only because of technical difficulties or like in real life messed up circumstances. But for the most part, always live. So yeah, I just always have to laugh about that. But no, man, we got a tight show for you today, man. Carter, would you be so kind as to tell the good people what they have to look forward to in today's show?
Well, we got Justice League's own Cyborg calling out some kung fu treachery that happened on the set of Justice League when it pertains to Joss Whedon. We got a certain star of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. that's kind of tilted. Ghost Rider being axed. We got J.K. Rowling again with some more fuckery. We got the Paper Girls TV show.
Mm-hmm.
And the new showrunner that you might be a little bit more excited to see that show when you find out who it is. Mm-hmm. And Shane Dawson being an all-around fucking weirdo.
That sounds like a full show. I think that's a full show. I would say that is in fact a full show.
This show is gonna probably take longer than it took for me to get my hair to.
Damn! Look, you got that shit. Look, that permed and pressed.
I told them I wanted to slay, and slay I did.
Yes, you did. You did. They got you out here, out here killing the game. Oh man, so let's go ahead and jump on into it. I see we already got super chats coming in. Jamal Simmons coming through the $2 super chat saying happy Independence Day to you and your family. Blerd, thank you, and happy Independence Day to you as well, you and yours. It is in fact the 4th of July. Though I'm not gonna lie, I've taken a not so controversial stance on 4th of July. I mean, it's just another day to me. Cause we still ain't free yet. Not 100%. We will be grilling. Yeah, we will be grilling, and I may or may not be making a plate. But no, in all seriousness though, happy 4th of July to everyone. I'm more concerned that you guys are having a safe and happy holiday. No bullshit. Yeah, no fuck shit going on with y'all. And man, just keeping it tight, man. Keeping it tight. But let's go ahead and get into our shit, man, 'cause we got a lot, man. We got some shit going on here, dude. We got some fuckery afoot. Oh, I see we got another one. Darth AV Rebirth coming through the 199 super chat says Carter got that lace front wig. Much love. You ain't shit. Oh goddamn, like you ain't shit. Look, when he sent me that picture of himself for today, I ain't gonna lie, I kind of fell out of my chair a little bit. No bullshit, man. You know what? Let's get us. Man, I gotta get us right, man. Here, let's get us some.
Yeah, we got Reggie Simmons with a $5 super chat saying for the brothers rocking perms and Memphis Heat.
Woo! Man, you really ain't lying. Let me go. Let's keep it 1 milli. But But yeah, man, we've got some stuff, man. We got some stuff. To start out, we've got our boy. How many of y'all are familiar? I feel like this is a dumb question. This is probably the dumbest question on earth because I feel like everyone should know who the fuck Cyborg is by this particular point in time. But yeah, I feel like, but the comic book nerd in me feels compelled to educate the masses in case there does happen to be someone who has no clue who the fuck Cyborg is. But let's go ahead and start it off. Let's go take a look over here. So, for those who are not familiar, Cyborg. This is a guy, character, DC Comics character that is near and dear, beloved to a great many people's hearts. Originally created in DC Comics Presents, first appeared DC Comics Presents, number 26, back in 1980, just 2 scant years before I was born. Yeah, I've always had a little bit of a soft spot in my heart for this character, though he has not always been treated fairly, in my opinion. In regards to some other characters, but that's neither here nor there.
I would agree with that. I still can't, with the exception of Titans TV show, I can't just think about any kind of book that he has had where he's been the focal point that has been nothing but meh.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even his own comics have been kind of But no, for those of you, so yeah, we're talking about Cyborg here, and some of you may know that of a little movie, a couple of movies actually, Batman v Superman, being one of them, as is the Justice League. All right, not the Just Us League, it's the Justice League. We are the Justice League. But Ray Fisher basically came in, was brought in from a, what was predominantly known as a theater actor.
Mm-hmm.
I actually remember when Ray Fisher originally came in. I remember when Ray Fisher originally came in and they were announced, they were like, oh yeah, Ray Fisher, he's going to be playing Cyborg. And I was like, who the fuck is he? Who this Negro? I got questions. I have got questions.
I heard Ray Fisher.
Mm-hmm.
I thought somebody misspoke and they meant Ray Parks. I'm like, they finna put Darth Maul as Cyborg?
You almost made me spit this drink all over this computer, man.
Like, I didn't know who the hell Ray Fisher was.
I almost spit this shit all over the keyboard. Look. Okay, so real talk. I don't think many people knew who he was. Now, of course, as we go down the line, you take a look at Ray Fisher's body of work. You'll see this man has been on. He's mostly known for Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, and Justice League. Those are the 2 things he's most known for. He hasn't had much work outside of that. You see, he did The Good, The Bad, and Confused, which is a little short film. He was in the Astronaut Wives Club for an episode. It's a little TV series, which I am vaguely familiar with. And he was also on True Detective, season 3 with Hirsch. I mean, not the biggest body of work. Like a relative newcomer on the scene. Now, that said, he's cast, and next year he becomes, Cyborg. Yeah, he's Cyborg now. And this brother looks mad at all times. I don't know if you've ever gone back, Carter, just really paid attention to the Justice League movie. God help you if you had. Almost every scene that motherfucker's in, he looks like he is pissed the fuck off.
They kept They wanted to change it from the Snyder vision of the movie, but didn't tell him. So he thought he had to be angry and angsty at all times still. Because every time you see him in the movie, he looked like somebody just keyed his car. He just always looking down. He's always gloom and doom. Even when he's like trying to be in a funny scene, still looking down and mean mugging somebody, but trying to say a joke. It's funny to me.
But no, why does he look like he just showed up at the family reunion and someone told him the ribs ran out? He's like, God damn. Or like he just, or look, he out shopping with his girl. And she been hitting up all the different stores, and you know, she told him like 10 stores ago that they were getting ready to leave each time, and she finally, okay, she's like, all right, this is the last store, and then they walk out. She's like, actually, let me go check one more place. That's the face he got right now. He's like,
that looks like somebody who didn't get to spend his own Justice League check. Looked like his lady did.
Yeah, dude, right? The man girl spent it up. He's like, God damn, dude, she done bought all kind of look. She done bought a new car. She done bought a new house. I was like, God damn, how many dresses you need? But no, in all seriousness though, yeah, it just, you know, he comes in, he's playing this character, and honestly, kind of not the way that I think a lot of people really expected that character to be played. At least I know it wasn't for me. I've always thought of Cyborg not necessarily as a jovial character, but definitely not like a wet blanket either. Now I will say this, I'll give him credit. New 52 Cyborg in the very early goings, yes, very much a wet blanket. But like, even that version of Cyborg has evolved at least somewhat past that. Where he's not all doom and gloom 24/7.
Mm-hmm.
But this motherfucker came out on Twitter, was on June the 29th. This motherfucker said, I'm ready to tell the world. This look, you remember was Can I Bus? Look, when he came out with that diss track for LL Cool J, he's like, I want the world to know the truth. You don't want me to shine. Study my rhyme. Laid your vocals after mine. Something along those lines. Anyway.
I'm finna come in here and just quoting cannabis.
Hey, no lie, that album, I love that album. I love that album because he takes it. They ain't a song on that album where he don't take a moment to shit on LL Cool J.
Yeah, so everybody can like certain albums. Like I like the Macho Man rap album. That don't mean I'm gonna tell nobody. You ain't gotta tell nobody you like cannabis.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with cannabis. Ain't nothing wrong with cannabis. But no, yeah, man, he this dude basically came out and said he dropped a tweet on us. Here, and I got the tweet right here. Here, I'm gonna pause this, 'cause I want to play this shit. I want y'all to hear. I want y'all to hear what's about to go down. Here we go. This is the tweet right here, and here we're gonna let's see if we actually get this to play with some audio here.
Yeah, I mean, Joss is a great guy.
And I think we have to preface this by saying that this was after Snyder had to step away from filming to handle his family matters, and Joss Whedon was announced taking the reins for a bit just to finish the movie. This is what Ray Fisher had to say about Joss Whedon taking over that film.
Yes. So here, let's go. Let's take a look at this.
Yeah, I mean, Joss is a great guy, and Zach picked a good person to come in and clean up and finish up for him.
Look, I just want to point out something.
We got some more time. What's your name and question?
Look, wait a minute. I want to point out something. Look, that face right there. That ninja lying, Your Honor. Wait a minute. I want to play. Oh, wait here. I want y'all to see this shit. Oh, okay, so right here. This is the key moment. This is a key moment. I want y'all to play. I want y'all to be paying close attention to his body language after he said, fuck what he said. I don't give a fuck what he said. The body language right here. Check this out.
And finish up for him.
He's like, man, fuck this dude.
Look at some more time. What's your name and question?
that was like, man, fuck this dude. He ain't shit. Like that was you can tell when a motherfucker's lying. Look, I want to go look because y'all look that face right there. That's the face of a motherfucker that literally just told a lie.
That face looks like he's looking off camera to somebody like, okay, are you happy? I fucking said it. Are
right.
Now? That's like, what it looks like.
Look, you know what that look said?
Cut the check.
Cut the goddamn check, motherfucker. Cut me my money. Give me my goddamn money. Because goddamn it, y'all making me sit up here lying. Good Lord.
Jason Momoa ain't no better. That look on his face like, yeah, better you than me.
Dude, right? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I want to watch this again, but I want y'all to pay close attention. Close attention to Jason Momoa right now. Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, Joss is a great guy, and Zach picked a good person to come in and clean up and finish up for him.
That man tried not to laugh. He tried not to laugh.
What's your
It
name?
almost looked like he trying not to crack up.
That man, he said he was like, man, don't make me. Look, he said he was like, motherfucker, stop trying to make me laugh. God damn it, you lying.
Because that smirk on Jason Momoa's face. I've done that several times when I was in trouble with my parents when I was younger, and they're yelling and they're screaming and they're hollering, and I'm trying my best not to smirk. That's what Jason Momoa did right now. Know that face.
Dude, I'm dead off that shit. I'm dead. But no, you see what he put with this. He said, I would just like to take a moment to forcefully retract every bit of this statement. Now, you're probably sitting there wondering, okay, what does he have to say? What did he have to say? And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not here to bash Ray Fisher. I'm not here to bash Joss Whedon. I ain't really here to bash anybody because honestly, don't nobody really know what went down on that set except for the motherfuckers who were actually on it. Ray Fisher, Jason Momoa, and others being, some of them. And Joss Whedon. Now, that said, I think it does speak volumes. I think it does actually speak volumes that Ray Fisher and Jason Momoa were two of the most vocal about supporting the Snyder Cut. And maybe that was the reason why. I don't know. I still think the Snyder Cut is going to be just as much ass as the Whedon cut. But, that's just me. Because, of course, it's real easy to say that, oh, I have a better version of the Justice League after you saw the one that came out. Real easy to say you had that. And it's real easy to say, oh, I actually originally was going to put this in here, but I just didn't get to do it. No, shut the fuck up. No, don't want to hear that shit. I hate that your daughter died. I hate that for you, but you ain't got to lie. You ain't got to tell that lie. But no. So your boy, here. Oh, wait, we got some super chats in here. Hold on. We got a $10 super chat from Jarrell Boza coming through, saying Ray Fisher needs to be quiet. You played Cyborg, that's an automatic L. Secondly, no one knows that Ninja ever cared. That Ernie Good had 2 shots now. Look, hey, I ain't ever gonna begrudge anybody getting their paper. Look, I will go ahead and say it right now. Your boy Ray Fisher, I ain't gonna lie, I'd have kept this shit hush hush. I wouldn't have said shit. Because what's the point? It ain't gonna change anything. But, thanks for that $10 super chat. Here, let's see. We also got another one from Drill Moses with $20 super chat. Says, hey, Artie, would you do a video on Valiant's Divinity? If you don't know who he is basically Black Franklin Richards. I am actually aware of who Divinity is. I've just never read it. But I will take a look at it. Thank you again. Let's see here. Let's see. There's was LJ Brown said something here. Said there's a rumor that Gal Gadot had a problem, especially during the Flash falling on top of her scene. Yeah, I had read something about that. Basically, that scene is not even her. It's a body double, supposedly. I had read something along those lines. But to kind of dig a little deeper. Into it, let's take a look at another tweet that he put out a few days later. Or not a few days later. Technically, it was like a couple of days later. Because that one was on like the 29th. This was going to be on the 1st of July. So a couple of days later. Ray Fisher says, Joss Whedon's on-set treatment of the cast and crew of Justice League was gross, abusive, unprofessional, and completely unacceptable. He was enabled, in many ways, by Jeff Johns and John Berg. And then he goes on to say, accountability is greater than entertainment. Now, he doesn't really go any deeper than that, that I'm aware of. There was no thread or anything of that nature. There was no thread, as far as I can tell. But
I was happy that he more into detail about it, because I thought he was just going to release that tweet with that old video and then not say anything, because that tweet that you just had up happened a few days later. He was able to go more in detail in what he meant by that, and then it had, I like that he did that, and I like that he actually just came up and said it. It's because, with the Snyder Cut coming out, with me, talk your shit. Just elaborate on it. And I'm happy he was able to elaborate on it.
Now, okay, so here's another thing I found. And apparently a lot of stuff is coming out now. A lot of stuff is kind of reaching the surface. And I think I now know where this is coming from. Because there's another tweet. I did find another tweet that that Ray Fisher had put up. And it basically just simply says, I believe Kai Cole and Charisma Carpenter. Now, so for those who don't know, and I want y'all to be keenly aware, and I want to preface everything I say after this, every single fucking thing I say after this with a lot of... So, look. Being a fan of Joss Whedon's work throughout the years, primarily his work on with Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Angel, Avengers, so on and so forth, Firefly, and whatnot, and what have you. Look, and I want people to really think about this. You can love someone's art, and that person not be a good person. Case in point. One of the things, as a lot of you guys may or may not know, I'm a big tabletop gaming person. I'm a real big fan of pen and paper RPGs. Specifically, when I say pen and paper RPGs, I'm talking about Dungeons and Dragons, Shadowrun, stuff like that. And one of the things, there's a book that I have called Shadow of the Demon Lord, and it teaches you how to, it's a completely separate game, but there's a section in the book where they teach you how to create nuanced non-player characters. And one of the things they said that always stuck with me was that heroes and villains should never be one-dimensional. They should never be entirely black nor entirely white. Everyone should be varying stages of gray because that's what gives you the best characters. And one of the things they said was you could have a character who is the hero of the land, the world, the guy who literally saved the world from utter destruction at the hands of the Demon Lord. The hero of the city, the guy that everybody's like, oh my god, it's Dirk I'm using Dirk the Daring because it's the only name that comes to mind, and I was playing Dragon's Lair the other night. Anyway, point of the matter is, you can be like, oh, Dirk the Daring, he's the greatest, oh my god, he saved the world from the mean evil dragon, oh my god. But at the end of the day, that doesn't mean Dirk the Daring doesn't go home and mercilessly beats his wife. You could have a guy who's literally like the villain of the story, the guy who like literally has subjugated and enslaved hundreds and thousands and millions of people under his power, and has created crimes of mass genocide and things like that, but he really likes dogs and puppies. He's really nice to his dogs and puppies. Like, the thing is, just because that's why I always tell people, like, that's what I talk about when I'm talking about nuance. Like, I don't think anyone's ever, like, categorically good or categorically bad overall, because everybody is good to somebody in some way, shape, form, or fashion. I hope. But that's why I wanted to preface a lot of what I'm about to say with that, because we're about to talk about some shit. Now, Ray Fisher never really goes into what his issues are with Joss Whedon, other than we did get some stuff that came out a little bit after the fact. Or not, I say after the fact, it kind of had to because it was a response. But, here, let's see. I'm looking at it right now. But, yeah, he doesn't really say anything. He doesn't list what his problems are. But one of the guys he actually cited, John Berg, which, I don't know John Berg from a hole in the wall. But, basically, John Berg is the Warner Brothers co-president of production. I didn't know that till today. But John Berg basically came out and said that, no, that's not true. Now, let's be clear. John Berg is just a generic white dude. So, it's not really a good look for him or myself to take one side or the other, because honestly, that's his job. He kind of has to say it, and honestly, I like to believe the victim. First and foremost. Because making an accusation is actually harder than most people think. Especially when it's one that could affect your livelihood and your career going forward. But basically what came out was, in response to the comments made by Fisher, Berg said it was categorically untrue that we enabled any unprofessional behavior. And he went on to say that I remember Fisher being upset that we wanted him to say "booyah," which is a well-known saying of Cyborg in the animated series. He's even said it in the comics, I believe, on more than a couple of occasions. And I don't know. Like, okay, look, I get it. And Carter, full disclosure, you and I talked about this briefly before we went live. And you kind of gave your reasoning behind why, because like last night, I think we were both kind of thinking the exact same thing. Like, wow, that's weird that he didn't want to say that. But then you came back this morning and you said that, yeah, after kind of thinking about it, you had a slightly different perspective. Share that perspective with me.
It was just that, before Justice League and all the other stints on different shows and different things that Ray Fisher has done, Ray Fisher was a theater actor.
Yes.
And I've seen several instances where like there have been several different actors and actresses that I've seen that have come from theater that when it comes to saying certain things in certain forms of media, they'll think certain things are beneath them because they're a theater actor.
Mm-hmm.
And it just, I could see like Ray Fisher is thinking that saying booyah. What is like? I could see him like kind of looking at you funny if you were asking him to say something as trivial as booyah, because I've done theater. But
right.
That doesn't. It's a dumb response to everything that Ray Fisher just said happened on the set. That's more like. Well, that's like two brothers arguing with parents saying, I hit him. Well, he hit me first, or he broke my toy. Just that's a stupid ass reason for you to say, nah, he lying. He just was mad because we told him to say booyah. Fuck out of here. Like this, the man, he said it was it was abusive, and he said it was unprofessional on that set. And then he brings Charisma Carpenter and Kai Cole into the equation, because this is the thing I think people don't think about, or they are too young and they only know Joss Whedon from Avengers. When he brought up Charisma Carpenter, it immediately popped back in my head because I remember reading about that a lot. If anyone that was a fan of Angel, you remember the one season a couple episodes back that Blerd and I were talking about of Angel. It was the fourth season, and Charisma Carpenter's character really in the background for that season because in real life she was pregnant.
Yes.
And after that had happened, and they just made her character evil, and then she just slowly kind of just was put to the side of that show. Charisma Carpenter came out a few times in several different interviews basically saying that she was written off the show because in her mind, Joss Whedon was upset that she got pregnant and she couldn't do anything. And he didn't even invite her to the last season to be in that. She was in a one-off episode of that final season. And Joss Whedon's response was, well, we felt like we told the story for that character. It's like that character had been in the show and had been a pivotal part of that show.
A big part of that
show. Started. So the fact that she was with someone that she cared about and brought a new life into the world, and then your response is, well, fuck, why did you do that? Well, get the fuck out of here. People seem to forget that part. So with him bringing that up, I think that brought a little bit more validity to what he said happened on that set.
Right, yeah, because I did notice, and for like, I noticed that too, because, and for those who don't know about the whole Kai Cole situation, and real quick, I do want to address some, because I think we got some super chats in here. I see, first and foremost, I see Corey Scott Johnson with the $5 super chat says, telling him not to talk is just the same as when people tell women not to talk about their sexual abuse on set. Yes, that's kind of my thing too. Like, I don't think that you should tell anyone to not voice a grievance. I will be the first to admit that if I were in his position, I probably would not have said anything because that's just me. Shit just rolls off my back sometimes. But in his case, might not be the worst idea. Let's see here. Drobo says, a good example, Prince was known for having amazing music, but people have complained about his personality and actions with a $5 super chat. That is true. Also true. And that's one of those things, too, where I always tell people, sometimes you just kind of have to... Now, you can't do it in every case, like case in point, R. Kelly. I cannot separate his music from... I can't separate the art from R. Kelly because his art is himself. and his art encourages and is about pedophilia because he is a pedophile. There is no allegedly to go behind that. So yeah, you won't hear that from me. But Ultimate Bucell says, kind of reminds me of a Fable game, I guess, in regards to what I'm talking about with like nuanced villainy and heroism. Corey Scott Johnson says, with a $4.99 super chat, says, the fact that Gal didn't want to do that scene and they didn't tell Joss to get rid of it shows they are full of ish and enabled him. Now, and that is where I would say, yeah, probably. Because they didn't cut that scene. They kept the scene, and they were forced to use a body double because Gal didn't want to get down with that shit. And for those who don't know what I'm talking about, the scene in question, here, I'll show you. This is the scene in question. The scene where the Flash is running and he accidentally runs into Wonder Woman and he basically lands face first in her chest. And yeah, not cool. That's
anime fan servicey shit.
Right, yeah, this is some anime bullshit. Like, this is some Seven Deadly Sins bullshit. This is some Golden Boy, Tenchi Muyo, High School of the Dead, High School D&D, whatever the fuck you call it. Yeah, which is one of the main reasons I don't really fuck with anime as much as I used to. Because a lot of it is full of this shit. And, other one, that people keep trying to throw my goddamn way, Darling in the Franxx, which is just fucking disgusting. With the way that it categorizes, well, because I think the thing people don't think about when they, Darling in the Franxx, specifically, these are teenagers. So, the fact that I'm hearing these dudes get hot and bothered over, in anime, these two anime characters being in sexual positions as they pilot a giant mech. No. That ain't a good look. It ain't a good look. I'm just gonna throw it out there. Like, the only anime that I have watched recently that had any fan service in it that I actually was like, doesn't bother me, is Food Wars. And that's only because it's not just, copious amounts of women. It's men as well. And it's handled a bit better, and I think as you go along the series, the fan service almost completely disappears. Not completely, but it's less a focus. So yeah, you kind of get my idea here, but the reason why Kai Cole comes up, and I don't know if any of you are familiar with who Kai Cole is, but Kai Cole was originally married to Joss Whedon up until, from 1995 all the way up until 2016, and even co-founded their original production company, Bellwether. But basically, Kai Cole came out some time ago, back in, I believe it was 2017. I believe it was 2017, maybe. Yeah, 2017. Kai Cole came out and basically said, yeah, he on that bullshit. Now, granted, it's very easy to say that, yeah, okay, she's divorced from him now, so it's very easy for her to have this level of opinion about him, or, whatever. But, hey, say what you want. But basically, she said that he used his feminism, because I think most people that are familiar enough with Joss Whedon know that he's a very outspoken feminist, supposedly. And basically she said that he basically uses it as a shield to perpetuate his gross and misogynistic behaviors. Which, that's a dig. That's a dig right there. That's hardcore. I don't know, man. But that said, I do have before me here. Let me see if I have these on deck right here. Here we go. Okay, so yes, basically, she said basically after 15 years of multiple infidelities and hypocrisy of touting feminist ideals while using their marriage as a shield for his misuse of power. Now, granted, the only thing that Joss Whedon, I think, has said in response to this, and I think it's mostly come from a spokesperson, basically said that the essay that Kai Cole wrote was full of inaccuracies and misrepresentations, which is very easy for anyone to say. Now, we talked about the whole thing with Charisma Carpenter. And yeah, basically, I think what kind of to go on to kind of piggyback on what you were saying, Charisma Carpenter, and for those who are not familiar, as you know, we just kind of briefly just talked about her, but Charisma Carpenter, formerly of Buffy and Angel fame. We've even talked about her very recently because of some stuff that came up a little while back where they were talking about how originally Charisma Carpenter's character was meant to be played by a black woman. But the UPN or whatever studio, or I forget which studio it was at the time, but basically said no. But yeah, that said, they basically kind of went on to say that she went on to talk about you know that incident we talked about during season 4 where she had been somehow turned evil. Basically, she said she eventually ended she ended up in a coma. Fans had no idea whether or not Cordelia was coming back, and this included Charisma herself. And she said she actually got a phone call from somebody in the press about it, about whether or not she was actually coming back or not. She said that, I think Joss was honestly mad. I think he was mad at me, and I say that in a loving way, which is, it's a very complicated dynamic working for somebody for so many years and expectations, and also being on the show for 8 years, you gotta live your life, and sometimes living your life gets in the way of maybe the creator's vision for the future, and that becomes a conflict, and that was my experience. And I think she's being very diplomatic when she says what she says. She's not being angry. She's just being matter-of-fact about the situation, which it doesn't surprise me. It would
even said that she doesn't mind working with him again in the future. I think just now she knows that there could come a moment to where he'll be on some bullshit.
Right. Like you know what it is? It's like we all have that one friend. Let's go ahead and just air it out right now. We all have that one friend who, they're always gonna fuck up, and whether it's something that you can ignore or whether it's something that you can't ignore, but you keep giving them second chances because you're like, deep down that they're trying to do right, or that you don't really have any actual beef with them, not enough to really just be like, man, fuck this guy or fuck this chick or whatever. But you always keep in the back of your head, this motherfucker's gonna pull some shit. Like, that's kind of basically what she's saying. And, let's see. And here's some other things. She actually, she has some tweets, as well. Let's take a look at these tweets. She says, hey, at Screen Rant. If you'd like to know the facts of my pregnancy / exit from Angel, maybe call for a comment instead of printing lies. I never hid my pregnancy from production. Clear? 9 TV and movie pregnancies that were real and 11 that weren't. This is talking about the article that they wrote basically talking about how she supposedly hid her pregnancy or whatever. But yeah, dude, it just I don't know. I don't know. I got feelings. I have feelings about this. I don't know. And I'm a huge fan of Angel. Huge fan of Angel. I've talked about this before. Love the show Angel. That's actually one of my least favorite moments from Angel. I would actually say it is my overall least favorite moment of Angel. Is what they did with Cordelia. Because I actually really like that character. I actually really loved Cordelia as a character. I hated her on Buffy for like the first season. And then like by the time I got to the second season, I kind of fell in love with her character. And then, yeah, she grew, and then she grew even more on Angel. And I was like, wow, dude, Charisma Carpenter's out here. And, like, she is acting her ass off. And, and the next thing out of nowhere, it's like, oh, by the way, she got pregnant. Get out of here, bitch. And that's pretty much what they did. I don't know, man. Not a good look. Not a good look. Here, let's see here. What we got? Here, let me take a look at this. Man, there's so much to this shit. Now, okay, you know what? Let's get into this right quick too while we're here. So Carter, you know another thing I just thought about that maybe the reason why Ray Fisher was also kind of pissed off.
What's that?
So, we talked about the whole, him having to say booyah and all this other stuff. I think a lot of it also kind of categorically goes down into how we also got to keep in mind he didn't get to have his arc. Yeah, he didn't get to have his arc in the movie. Yeah, he was promised an arc. He filmed said arc. Yeah, we've seen it in the trailers. We know it exists. He had entire scenes that were completely cut from the movie. He was supposed to play a much bigger part. So that also may have a lot to do with the some of his accusations. That his scenes were cut.
And some people would look at that more so like those are selfish reasons to drag somebody, but at the same time they might be selfish reasons, but that does not mean that what he's saying isn't true.
Right. Like it doesn't change. It doesn't change what happened.
Exactly.
Whatever it was that happened. Now, another thing I want to kind of point out too is here. Let me drop this back a little bit. Do y'all know how jacked this dude got to play Cyborg?
That part, when you showed me that, I don't understand.
Because we didn't see it. We did not see this. We did not see this. This man went out and got jacked for a role where he was going to be in mocap, which leads me to believe there were other things like you could say one could make the excuse, oh well, maybe they were going to use more practical effects on him and then just to change their mind, or this more likely was for his scenes as Vic Stone pre-Cyborg. And like flashback stuff, because that's a lot of what was supposed to tell his story. And I ain't gonna lie, because you know what he had to do. You know what diet he had to be on, right?
Oh.
Yeah, that boiled chicken breast and broccoli. Dude, if I had to eat that shit, dude, I'd be mad to motherfucker. Has anyone ever really just sat down and ate boiled chicken breast and broccoli? No salt, no pepper, no nothing. Just some boiled ass chicken breast and broccoli. Because that's the Marvel diet.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I did have a Foreman grill there for a while, so I had that chicken quite a few times.
but you put some seasoning on that chicken.
A little bit. I'm not a savage. I'm like, what?
You put some seasoning on that chicken. So, but no, that diet, they're not putting any. I think they put little to no seasoning on any of it. It's like, I'm just like, wow. But no, I totally get it. Because at the end of the day, that's what we got.
Yeah.
We just got this dude in, a mocap suit with some CGI slapped on his face and talking very monotone, and which, I mean, it makes sense because he's a cyborg, but I feel like he should have been able to display a wider range of emotions despite that. But yeah, man, it just, that shit kind of hurt me the most. I felt bad for the brother. But you know what? We did actually, okay, so, we've talked about people who have come forward with allegations and, who Ray Fisher believes and this, that, and the third. But, we haven't talked about. There's one man who has spoken up. Who, has basically come out and said, no. I can't rock with this. Now, say what you will, it's probably not the best look, but but basically, some of you may be familiar with a little show by the name of Firefly. Y'all may be familiar with that show, maybe not, I don't know. But Alan Tudyk,
to nobody himself.
Yeah, Alan Tudyk, my guy. Alan Tudyk, look, sitting there, look, just a dude. I'm not gonna lie though. Truth be told, I forget what movie it was I saw him in. It may have been 2 different movies. I've seen Alan Tudyk play a racist in 2 different movies, and he's a little too good at it, so I got questions. But because wait, wasn't he in the Jackie Robinson movie 42 with Chadwick Boseman?
I think so.
I think he was, and I think he played a racist in that. I remember him being a little too good at it. I'm like, man, dude, that hard R came out too natural. Actually, I don't think I don't remember him actually saying it, but anyway. No, I'm being funny. I'm being facetious here. Don't take me too seriously here. It's all in fun and jokes. But no, Alan Tudyk, who some of you may remember as Wash from Firefly. He had some things to say about this, or at least something to say about this. Alan Tudyk, being a guy who is, for the most part, just kind of considered just an all-around good guy in Hollywood. Like, most people genuinely love him. They love working with him. They think he's a funny guy. They think he's an awesome guy. They think he's a good guy.
What they call...
What was that?
He's what they refer to as...
You had cut out on me, Carter.
Hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
He's what they refer to as a solid guy.
Yeah, no, he's a solid guy. Solid dude. Someone you could depend on. And I'm going to tell you right now. What was it you told me earlier, Carter? You said Wash pulled that pole out of his chest. Wash pulled that pole out of his chest just to be like, excuse me? Mm-hmm. He said, excuse me? He said, hold on, I'm gonna let me take this out real quick so I can talk some shit. He's like, I gotta talk some shit real quick. I gotta say a thing or two. We ain't shit. We really ain't shit. But no, real talk though. Alan Tudyk, basically what he did, he put out a tweet, basically in response to Variety's article about what Ray Fisher had to say about Joss Whedon's abusive, unprofessional behavior on the set of Justice League. Mm-hmm. And basically, he went on to say that, he says, I wasn't there, but I have known Joss for 17 years. I honestly can't even imagine it, and I have a pretty good imagination. Now, yeah. Go ahead, Carter. Go ahead.
Let me say this, and I hate when people do this. You have to have an immediate response.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime someone says, well, I mean, I wasn't there, but shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you weren't there. You weren't there.
Shut your mouth. Like, shut up. I'll elbow you in the face. Shut up. I'll put the pole back in backwards. Shut up. When I hear people say that I wasn't there, but there is no but. Shut your mouth. Another thing is,
right.
Okay, you've known him 17 years. Okay, that's all well and good. But there are a lot of people that can say, I knew X person this many years. I didn't know that they would shoot up a building.
Just saying.
You know, I didn't, you know what I'm saying? I didn't know that I've known this guy for decades. I didn't know that he messed with all these actresses. I didn't know he did this with children. Like, that means absolutely nothing. They know the best, and I don't want to call Joss Whedon this, but I'm just my point is the best monsters know how to hide themselves.
Yes. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah, as we will probably discuss a little further a little later. Yeah, no, it just is what it is. These guys know how to hide their predatory behavior. It's the reason why so many guys like Harvey Weinstein, Kevin Spacey, Louis C.K., Bill Cosby. It's why a lot of these guys were able to get away with the shit that they did for so long. Dude, let me tell you something. You know, because I remember when the Bill Cosby shit first hit. And motherfucker was like, no, it ain't true. It ain't Bill ain't do that. Because let me tell you what, you want to know who was sitting on trial? It wasn't Bill Cosby that was sitting on trial. And I've said this multiple times before. That was Cliff Huxtable. People had Cliff Huxtable on trial. They were not trying Bill Cosby. They were trying Cliff Huxtable from The Cosby Show. That is who they were putting on trial. However, if you were in at least any way, shape, form, or fashion a fixture, even not even a fixture, if you were even so much as a fly on the wall in the comedian scene, dude, people were always talking about the shit Bill Cosby was doing for years. Years. Hell, Cleveland show made a joke about it a few years before the allegations actually came out. The first allegations that were taken seriously. The first credible allegations really started to come out. I believe Family Guy also did the same thing. There were multiple comedians who had done the same thing. Most people didn't take it seriously until Hannibal Buress started talking about it in one of his comedy sets. That was not even filmed. It was something that, like, a fan, like multiple fans, I think, took video of it on their cell phones and then released it out into the world. So yeah, man, I don't know. Yeah, sometimes people are just really good at hiding it. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Is Joss Whedon, has he been an ally to actresses and actors in the past? Has he tried to champion diversity and inclusion in his TV shows and his movies? Yes, he's tried. And he's been successful in a lot of cases. Less so in others. But that doesn't necessarily mean he's not a monster in other ways. Once again, I go back to the hero. Just because he saved the world from a fire-breathing dragon does not mean he doesn't go home and mercilessly beat his wife. It doesn't mean he doesn't kick puppies when he walks past them. It doesn't mean he doesn't slap little Timmy the newspaper boy every time he walks by him. You can be a hero to some and a villain to others. You know, it's that simple. It's that simple, really. And you know, you take that how you wanna, but we're gonna go ahead and put the pole back in Wash's chest, if you don't mind.
Put it in through the ass.
Put it in through the ass? Okay, cool. We'll put it in through the ass.
Gotta hit him with what my grandmother used to hit me with a lot. Hush, child.
Dude, right? I'm just saying, man, he might want to calm down. You know, you talk a little too reckless in these streets, Mr. Nobody. You better head back to Doom Patrol. Shut the fuck up. But no, so yeah, there's that. That's a thing that happened. Yeah, no, LJ Brown says, sounds like Endeavor. Talking about the My Hero Academia character Endeavor, who I've often said this. I was like, yeah, Endeavor is considered like the hero. He's a hero. People look up to him. But he's a shitty father and a shitty husband. So yeah, you don't, just because you're one thing doesn't exclude you from being another. Like, you can be more than one thing. That is nuance. In and of itself. That is nuance. So, man, dude, that was depressing. That was incredibly depressing. Do we want to move on to our next thing? Let's talk about some more lighthearted things before we jump into some of the bigger shit. Yeah, Goku, also a shitty dad, yes. Also, I want to point out, he gave Cell a sensu bean before he fought his son. Right hand of God. Oh, Lord. So there are motherfuckers that still think Thanos is right. Yeah, dude, there are people out there. Dude, and I'm sorry, but I have to disagree. He's not right. Thanos was not right. No, he was incredibly wrong and very misguided. Said Vegeta in public, Goku at home. God damn. That statement is more accurate than y'all may realize. It says, reminds you of The Boys. Yes, actually, yes. By the way, was actually just recently talking about The Boys yesterday. But yeah, if you think about The Boys, the Seven are regarded as heroes to the public. However, they're fucking monsters. Most of them. More so in the comic than in the TV show.
Someone, Snack Crumb say, just because Superman saves the world doesn't mean he can't have one very bad day. Cough, injustice.
Bruh. Dude, preach. Talk to them ninjas. Talk to them, goddammit. But yeah, man, it's yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I have. Look, I'll be real with y'all. As a guy who grew up a fan of Joss Whedon's work, do I want any of this to be true? Do I have a sneaking suspicion that is at least vaguely true? Look, when you got multiple... Okay, if you have one person saying things about you, there's room for doubt. But when you have multiple people coming out and saying the same thing about you, there might be a problem. Let's see here. Was it the real revelation that my kid's mother said, I'm a great father, but the worst boyfriend ever. And you know, that is something that my mother, would say about my biological father. And maybe even some other things. I don't know. But yeah. But yeah, like I said, everybody's perception of you is always going to be different. Your people's perception is always going to be different. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It is what it is. So, man, let's talk about Gabriel Luna. Gabriel Luna, who some of you may remember as the Ghost Rider. He played Ghost Rider on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. He was playing the Robbie Reyes rendition of Ghost Rider.
Ask a question real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is Robbie Reyes actually a Ghost Rider now? Because I know they were using that tagline, but when you read the book, he wasn't actually Ghost Rider.
Okay, so all right, so technically, yes, he is a Ghost Rider. They've categorically made him a Ghost Rider. The thing that makes him different from other Ghost Riders is that so all other Ghost Riders had to make a deal with Mephisto.
Mm-hmm.
Robbie Reyes is unique in that he never made a deal.
Yeah.
Like the whole thing about Robbie Reyes is that like he never made a deal. He doesn't remember making a deal. And I think, unless something's changed, I'm a little behind on Avengers right now by a few issues. But I remember, as of Challenge of the Ghost Riders, I remember him still saying that, yeah, I made no deal. But Johnny Blaze telling him that you made a deal, you may just not have realized that you made a deal. And I think the whole thing was a lot of his Ghost Rider-isms had to do with, I think it was like his uncle.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Robbie Reyes he's basically just a more unique version. Case in point. You look at a character like Joe Malign, or Joe Mullane, or however you pronounce her name. I don't know. I've only read it. I've never heard it. But you think about Joe from Far Sector, how she's a very different Green Lantern than Hal or Kyle or John or Guy or Jessica or Simon or whoever else. Her powers are the same, but the nature of her powers are different.
Because it just seems like he got categorized as a Ghost Rider just because everything was on fire and he had a somewhat skull-looking head. Because from reading those initial volumes, it was his uncle made a deal with the devil and basically got access to his body.
Mm-hmm.
And they just were like, well, he has a skull and it's on fire. We're going to give him a card, make him dare to be different, and Ghost Rider.
Ghost Rider. Which, I mean, to be fair, I think the origin of Robbie Reyes is kind of sloppy. I think they were just trying, because, I think what they were trying to do, I think they were trying to avoid Wally West syndrome. Which, for those of you who know what I'm talking about, Wally West, a character that I love, he is my personal Flash. He's my Flash. Barry Allen's not my Flash. Barry Allen was not Flash when I was reading comics back then. I think if he was, it was for a very short amount of time. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think Crisis on Infinite Earths was in, 85? Was it 85? Here, I'm
think so.
Could be wrong. Here, let's see. Crisis on Infinite Earths. There you go. No, not the Arrowverse one. Don't put that on me. That motherfucker said 2019. I was like, the fuck it was. We don't remember that shit. The Blerd has no memory of this. Anyway, no. So April 1985 to March 1986. Okay, so yeah, 85. I was right. Okay, so Crisis on Infinite Earths. Okay, so Blur Without Fear, Ernie. I was born in 1982. So you think about that. I started reading comics in 86. And by reading comics, I mean I was just staring at the pictures. My mother was actually reading them to me, and it's actually how I learned to read. Now, that said, as time went on, after you get past, for those who don't know, spoilers for a very old comic, an over 30-year-old comic. I feel, or maybe less than, I don't know, fuck it, I don't give a shit. Anyway, it's not important. Point of the matter is, the Flash dies in that comic. Or, Quotey Fingers dies. But he stayed dead for like 20 years. Like, he stayed off the scenes, for the most part, for about 20 or so years. So, for that entire time that I was reading DC Comics, Wally was the Flash. Throwing that out there. Anyway, why I say Wally West syndrome is because if you think about it, Wally West has the exact same origin as Barry. And this is why sometimes people don't take legacy characters seriously, is because their origins are always exactly the same as the person before them. You know, it's kind of like, or they're always too similar. And in more recent years, people have been trying to get away from that. So they almost go out of their way to make the new character nothing like the original character in terms of origin. And even in some cases, overall, like, you know, personality, everything. Because, you know, you don't want two of the exact same person. Which is why, if you look at, you know, a character like, you know, Robbie Reyes, you could tell whoever, I don't remember who wrote it at the time, but I'm willing to gamble they went out of their way to try and find a way to make Robbie Reyes be as little in terms in terms of being exactly like Johnny Blaze as humanly possible. Because you think about it, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't Danny Ketch have about roughly the same origin as Johnny Blaze?
I believe so.
Like, I don't remember. Like, Danny Ketch isn't my Ghost Rider, so I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and lie and say that I know everything there is to know about Danny Ketch.
It wasn't until I started reading, because I've been reading Ghost Rider stuff a lot as of late when it came to Robbie Ray and into Johnny Blaze being the king of hell and stuff. I didn't even know that Danny Ketch and Johnny Blaze were brothers.
Okay, true story. I'm gonna lose. Y'all gonna take my card. Y'all gonna pull my nerd card. I didn't know either. I didn't know either.
Who Danny Ketch was? Of course, I knew who he was. I read a couple issues. Never knew they were brothers.
He was never my Ghost Rider. Okay, it's kind of like when people talk about Kyle Rayner as a Green Lantern, they talk about all the shit he went through, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't give a fuck because he wasn't my Green Lantern. Granted, yes, he was Green Lantern during the time I was reading, but I just didn't ever really like him. So I never paid him much attention. That's
different, though, because something is actually wrong with you, because Kyle Rayner is the GOAT.
Have you not
read Omega Men?
I've read Omega Men. It just wasn't for me, man. It wasn't for me.
Oh my God.
I like John. John is my guy. I
want to take these luscious locks that I have in my head that took 6 hours to do and get off this show.
Damn. Dude, here's the thing. I don't understand it because I know so many people who are like, dude, Kyle, man, it's Kyle. And I'm like, no, it's John. It's John. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. It is not. You know, a lot of people try and say, "Oh, it's a generational thing." No, it's not a generational thing. Me and Carter are about damn near the same age. We've experienced the same shit. But no. I didn't know about Danny Ketch being his brother. Actually, at your recommendation, I started reading the Ghost Rider, the relaunch of Ghost Rider. I think was that Ed Brisson. Is that Ed Brisson that's writing that one? Yeah, under your recommendation, I started reading it, and I gotta admit, I enjoyed it. I actually enjoyed it, and that's a first because I haven't enjoyed a Ghost Rider book in some time. Let's see here. We got a super chat. Said Naomi and Far Sector, my favorite new comics. Can't wait to get new issues from them. Dude, I actually just recently, I think a new issue of Far Sector came out Very recently. I need to actually get on that and read it. I got it sitting on the pile. I've just been so busy. And I do have a little something in the pipe for Far Sector coming up, and Naomi for that matter. Just there's so much shit going on right now. Oh my god, dude, y'all have no fucking idea. So much shit has been hitting my desk now. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of vaguely regret opening up the floodgates on that fundraiser. Because I went back and looked at my list of shit to do. It went from being like this long, you can't even see my arms. It went from being this long to being like 8 times that. And I'm like, oh god, I'm gonna kill myself. Y'all are gonna like get news one day on Twitter. Blerd Without Fear will be trending for all the wrong reasons. Like last night I said it because I hit some kid with a bag of sweet Valencia oranges because he hit my daughter. But now it'll be because Blerd Without Fear killed himself. He had too big a workload. He said I can't take this shit anymore. Click. No, I would never do that. It wasn't even. I would never do that. No, I'm good now. Mental health is an important thing to me, and I try to maintain it. But no, getting back into it though, we were talking about Robbie Reyes for good reason. And the reason why is because Gabriel Luna, he just recently spoke out. I mean, hell, nobody else has anything better to do with their time, so of course, why not? And basically he said that he basically expressed some feelings about, representation in the show as it was canceled. And yes.
It was basically coming off of the Anthony Mackie, where he was speaking about there being so few black people behind the scenes when it came to the films that he was in.
Right. A lot of people, people tried to twist that. People tried to twist what Anthony Mackie said. For those who don't know, Anthony Mackie, like you just said, he came out and kind of blasted Marvel for not having black people behind the scenes, and then people try to say, oh, but he was also shitting on Black Panther. No, he wasn't shitting on Black Panther. What he was saying is that the only time he sees black people behind the scenes is on movies like Black Panther. He said it shouldn't have to take a black movie to have black inclusion. He said, where is this inclusion on other films? We should have representation on all levels for every film. It shouldn't just be, oh, we have a bunch of Chinese people working on Shang-Chi because it's a Chinese film. Oh, we have a bunch of Hispanic people working on a White Tiger film because it's a Hispanic hero, or your America Chavez, or something like that. It shouldn't just, the color of the character should not dictate the overall makeup of the cast itself. And that was what Anthony Mackie was talking about.
Yeah, because he's basically saying, like, when you do shit like that, I agree with that statement. That's racist.
Yes, that would actually be more racist than anything else. If you just said, oh, well, we're only going to do this if black, like, okay, we will do XYZ if ABC is met, and ABC is black movie, so XYZ is all black everything. So yeah, I mean, and I get it, you do want to have, don't get me wrong, on a black movie, a black-centric movie, you do want to have people behind the scenes who are black working on the film. Yes, but that doesn't mean that should be the only time. Like, okay, I'll throw you one. If, let's say the next, not that there's going to be one for some time, but I'm just picking, I know, I'll take this one. Doctor Strange. There should be black people, Latin people, Chinese people, Japanese people, every persuasion on the set of that film. Just because Doctor Strange is a white hero doesn't mean there should be an all-white cast and crew behind the scenes, right? Just throwing that out there. Like, hey, yeah.
Anthony Mackie's whole thing was shouldn't be a well-known person or just another white person. Just it's whoever is good for the task at hand.
Right.
No matter the color, no matter the anything. You just be the perfect person for the job.
Because Hollywood does have a very bad history with excluding people of color, black people, from the table. Like, okay, case in point. The videos I've done recently talking about, all black X-Men, all black Justice League, all black Avengers, all black this, all black that, whatever. Like people, would come at me. I talked about this last week. People would come at me and say, "Oh, you're racist because you're making an all black team." They've made all white teams before. This isn't. How many black people were on the original X-Men? I'll wait.
It's just that statement. Just done all white team before. That's damn near every team that's out.
Yeah. There are still some all white teams. There's still some all white teams right now. So no, what I'm doing is I'm shining light on a problem, and in doing so, uplifting the people who are afflicted by said problem. And I think I made my case very plainly with my all-black X-Men video that they have black people. They have black mutants. And other than Storm and Bishop. Like, I always tell people, name 5 black mutants that aren't Storm or Bishop. And you know what? Because Sync is becoming more popular, take Sync off the table too. Now, name 5 black mutants. I'll wait. I'll sit here and wait because they exist, but people choose to just focus on the ones that were at the forefront, and that's because Marvel has only focused on the ones at the forefront, and they're always tertiary characters, background characters used for window dressing. Like, no one talks about Gentle, no one talks about Manifold, no one talks about Frenzy, no one talks about Prodigy, no one talks about Maggot. Was it Bling? And what's the other one? The one that Grant Morrison made that was so weird. And honestly, I kind of feel like it's slick racist. The one that can shapeshift.
I cannot remember his name full of life of me. I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah, like he's a black mutant. But other one, Darwin. Darwin is another one. And people don't talk about Darwin because most people forget that he's black because of the way he looks. But he's he's actually Afro Latinx. So, now what? A lot of people don't like to bring up Monet St. Croix, but she is in fact black. But yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, so of course, I feel like Gabriel Luna is justified in what he's talking about. There is no representation. Matter of fact, when we talk about, there's a video I got coming out this coming Tuesday that's actually going to highlight some of this problem. But I know I have some Korean fans amongst us in the Blerd delegation. And I was talking with them, and they were talking about Asian representation for superheroes and how there's so little. I was talking to a friend of mine, Hispanic friend of mine, who I think is maybe still in the chat right now, NSA Jose. We've talked in the past about the lack of Latin representation in superheroes and comics mainstream media, and how I want to point something out to y'all. Y'all think black people have it bad when it comes to, and this isn't the discrimination Olympics. I'm not trying to say our plight is better or worse than someone else's plight. What I'm just saying is if you think black people have it bad with representation in comics, go look how many Latin American, Mexican, Hispanic, Latino, whatever, Latinx, look how many superheroes they have. Or Asian ones. I got a video coming out Tuesday about the first Korean character to ever have their own mainstream comic. I could not find another. I found other Asian heroes, Korean ones specifically, but they never had their own comic. They were always on a team or an ensemble. They were never their own headlining comic.
What was that Superman that was in New 52?
Oh, I forget his name, but he was basically just referred to as New Superman. I can't remember his name. I really can't. But he was like, basically, they always referred to him as like the Chinese Superman.
Okay.
Speaking of, you mentioned that Superman. A lot of people don't. I discovered there were a lot of people who didn't know that Sunshine Superman was a thing. Like, there are people out there who did not know. Like, people think that there are only 2 black Supermen. There's actually, like, more than that. People think about, was it Val Zod and Calvin Ellis? But people always forget about Sunshine Superman. Probably for good reason. But he was a thing. He was a thing. But yeah, Gabriel Luna, I don't know why I said Gabrielle. Anyway, Gabriel Luna basically came out and said that he was retweeting a link to an article in which actually talking about the art, what we were just talking about, the whole thing about Anthony Mackie saying that Marvel movies need to do better about diversity. And Gabriel Luna, he retweeted and said, "Amen, Anthony Mackie. To think we were right on the launch pad with Ghost Rider and still couldn't get it made. An opportunity lost to have a Mexican-American lead in a world where films with Latino leads make up less than 3%. Failure."
That is still crazy to me because at this point in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., it doesn't have the same prominence that it had originally, but when they introduced Robbie Reyes, he was always the highlight. He is the highlight of that season. They love how he was brought in the show. The CG and everything that they used for him was great for that show.
Yeah, he actually was the best part of that season.
Like he was completely the best part of that season. When people bring up that season, they did a damn good job with Robbie Reyes. They did a damn good job with Ghost Rider with what they had available to them, and then crickets. That's crazy to me.
Well, no, I'm gonna throw you one better. So I've talked about how I'm not a fan of the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. TV show, like at all. How well they did him on that show made me actually pay attention to it.
Yeah.
That ought to tell you something.
Mm-hmm. The reason that I watched it personally, because I wasn't a fan of the show, because I thought the show was going to be completely different than what it ended up being. Because I know a lot of people said that it was going to be originally like the TV show Alias, with Marvel characters, and I thought that sounded gangster, and it was completely not that. Kind of the same way I had an issue with Gotham, because Gotham could have been way better than it was. But Robbie Ray, like, I was literally tuning in to watch fucking Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. when they incorporated Ghost Rider on that show.
Mm-hmm. So we got a $2 super chat from Cross Zero. Hey, I like that name. Says you forgot Dr. Cecilia Reyes. Oddly enough, so is Marvel, because or so did Fox, because they cast a whole ass, just plain ass. I think, was it Alice Braga? Is she Puerto Rican or Mexican? I can't remember.
She not on The Gifted?
Huh?
She not on The Gifted?
No. Maybe, but no. The New Mutants movie. Dr. Cecilia Reyes is in that movie being played by Alice Braga. And they forgot that Dr. Cecilia Reyes is not 100% Hispanic.
Okay.
She's actually, I think she's like half black, half Puerto Rican, or Afro, Latinx or something like that. I can't remember exactly, but I didn't forget her. Just, Fox did. I've talked about her very recently on videos that I've done for X-Men comics. I ain't forgot about her. Hell, I still remember when she first hit the comic scene, because she debuted alongside Maggot. But no, and I will go ahead and say I will address this. I saw someone in the chat say, "Oh, they don't speak up for us, so I don't speak up for them." I don't like that mentality because just because people don't speak up for you, I mean, yeah, let me be vocal about something. And I've talked about this on the show before, and so this isn't going to be news to anybody who has watched the show for any stretch of time. Some of the most racist interactions I've ever had in my life have come from the LGBTQIA community. However, and despite the fact that the LGBTQIA community up until recently, and even in some cases still don't, ever address, up until recently, I think just because of everything that was going on, the pain and suffering of black people in the LGBTQIA community. Never addressed up until very recently, where like 80% of the trans men and women who had been lynched, murdered, killed, beaten to death, whatever you want to call it, over the last few years, over 80% of them were black. And the LGBTQA community has been largely quiet about it because those bodies were black. Now, that being said, I still stand for the LGBTQIA plus community because at the end of the day, we're all in this together. This isn't, I said this before, this is not the discrimination Olympics. I'm not trying to outplight somebody else's plight. Because injustice anywhere is injustice anywhere. Doesn't matter who it's being done to. Do unto others. Golden rule. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I'll stand for the people even if they won't stand for me.
Mm-hmm.
For one reason and one reason only. Because divided, you will be easily conquered. And if I stand for them, maybe they will stand for me. I don't know. But I know that I'm not going to let an entire community disparage how I feel about the people who are in my life. People who are, who make up those L's, those G's, those B's, those T's, these Q's and I's and A's and pluses. I have friends, family, who make up a lot of those letters. So am I just going to say fuck them because the community as a whole, I think, sucks when it comes to a representation regarding black people? No, not going to do that. Not at all. But anyway, point of the matter is, if you think about it, and there's actually some there's some stats to go along with what Gabriel Luna's talking about here. They say that Luna's assessment of the state of Latinx representation in Hollywood isn't unprecedented. It says according to a 2019 USC Annenberg Inclusion Initiative report, Latinx actors were leads in only 3% of the top 100 grossing films during the period of 2017 and 2018. The report also notes that Latinx characters made up just 4.5% of speaking roles, despite Latinx people making up more than 18% of the population, according to data from the U.S. Census. The report also found underrepresentation of Latinx people working behind the camera. So yeah. Now I will say this, I know that Kevin Feige has other plans for Ghost Rider. He is, then you go read a little further, this article, it does actually bring out the fact that the reason why they canceled the Hulu series was because they wanted to do something with him within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, more controlled and contained by Kevin Feige. If he has an idea, he wants to work it. Now, here's what I would implore to Kevin Feige. Kevin Feige, K-Fi, brother, let me holla at you real quick. call Gabriel Luna right now, if you have not already. And I'm assuming, based on what he just said in that tweet, you have not contacted this man. Contact him. I'm just throwing it out there. Just a thought. So, just throwing it out there. My guy LJ Mac03 coming through with a $10 super chat says, can't run from the fact that this country is integrating more and more races daily. I should know my son is half black and Korean. And that is something that, let me be, first and foremost, thank you for that $10 super chat. And more importantly, I want to actually piggyback on what LJ Mac is saying. You can't, okay. America is a melting pot. It was intended to be that from the jump. At least from the jump that, it was, the land was stolen from Native Americans, and the concept of America as we know it today was created. But that's neither here nor there. That's a whole other problematic thing. But this country is a melting pot. And I'm sorry, but if you want to live in a country where only your race exists, you're going to have a hard time doing that in this day and age. I would say go, hell, even in Europe, you're going to have a hard time. Like, if you're a white person and you don't want to be around other cultures, you're going to have a difficult time. I'm sorry. Just, unless you move to Greenwich, Connecticut, it ain't, I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. I'm sorry. But yeah, I don't know, man. I find it sad that is the case. That, there are people out there who don't want to see the world. They don't want to see other cultures represented in the world. And it pains me, man, because it's like those will be the same people that want their culture to be represented. And I'm sorry, but you can't sit here with a straight face and tell me that you want representation for our culture, but not for others. I'm sorry. You're not, that is a, I'm going to tell you to hold this clown makeup. You're going to take one of these. So, the idea is we are basically at a point right now where people are starting to get more representation. People are starting to ask for more representation. And now people aren't just asking anymore. They are demanding, as they are in their right to do so, because it's not been given. If you've asked politely and it's still not been given to you, if you have begged and pleaded and it's still not been given to you, if you have, literally taken every avenue you can to try and get it and they still won't give it to you, then at this point, what else is there left? You have to demand, and you have to fight for it. You have to do everything you can to make it happen. And just wait. I'm telling you right now, Marvel recognizes this, and is part of the reason why you have a Shang-Chi movie coming out. But make no mistake, there's a reason why they chose Shang-Chi over a character like Robbie Reyes, or White Tiger, or America Chavez, or, shit. I'm right now struggling to think of any others. But the reason why is because China is a major market. A lot of people in China. It's a lot of money. Marvel has bent over backwards for China in the past. Disney as a whole has bent over backwards for China in the past. Just to get that Chinese dollar. It's no coincidence that they're making Shang-Chi. But anyways, let's move along, Carter. Let's talk about one of my favorite things in the world. Paper Girls.
Okay.
I love Paper Girls. One of my personal favorites. One of my personal favorites. Let's see. Oh, we got a super chat just came through. Conway Bergdog with a $4.99 super chat says, "Love the content. After this, let's talk DC moving from Diamond. I need to know about to move some money if you have a moment." Okay, so actually, I'll address this real quick. We actually talked about this on a previous show. So I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on it. But basically, DC just decided that Diamond was not the company to work with. Which honestly, Diamond has a poor reputation in general in the comics community, whether it's among retailers or comics readers or even publishers. The writing was on the wall for a long time, and DC just decided, no, we're going to go a different direction. And they haven't been hurting for it as far as I'm concerned. Diamond has even had to restructure their leadership recently as a result of some of these issues. And I'm not thinking that Marvel is going to jump on board anytime soon in leaving Diamond, but I guarantee you DC Comics leaving Diamond made a lot of other publishers think about it. I'm pretty sure Image, Marvel, Boom Studios, Aftershock, IDW, Valiant, I think a lot of them probably thought, yeah, fuck them. And they're probably waiting for their contracts to run out before they can make a move. That's really all there is to it. Let's see here. Carlos Johnson with the $9.99 super chat says, "I would love to see an X-Men Black Panther crossover addressing how there's very few mutants at all, using all the things you brought up in regards to race." Well, it's funny. Don't be surprised if once mutants become integrated into the MCU, don't be surprised if you see them integrated into Black Panther as well. Because as we know, there are mutants on Wakanda. I mentioned some earlier. Gentle, Manifold. Those are just two of them. So they do exist. They do exist. And of course, you also have Storm, who currently has dual citizenship in both Krakoa and Wakanda. But yes, thank you for those super chats, by the way. Thank you so much. Many appreciations, both to Conway and Carlos. But yeah, let's talk about Paper Girls. Let's talk about Paper Girls. One of my favorite comics of the last few years. Man, just a good comic. Carter, you've read Paper Girls, right?
Yes, I've read a few issues of Paper Girls. So going from Saga to Paper Girls is such a different dynamic.
It really is.
But it's more lighthearted, and that's what I love about it.
Yeah, it's okay. So I guess to give you the Cliff Notes version of Paper Girls, just to give you the elevator pitch for Paper Girls, basically it's a story that takes place across time and space. They start off in the 80s with this group of girls who are, oddly enough, they are paper girls because, they deliver papers. They deliver the newspapers. And I believe, was it Halloween? Was it Halloween night or something that they're delivering papers, and all of a sudden the sky just opens up and pterodactyls and shit are coming out the goddamn sky. And, basically, if you took Stranger Things, honestly, when I first read Paper Girls, the thing that crossed my mind after reading the first volume, first 5 or 6 issues of Paper Girls, first thing I thought it was, this is like Stranger Things if they just said, you know what, let's go real crazy with it. Let's not just, don't get me wrong, Stranger Things gets weird, but Stranger Things doesn't get Paper Girls weird. Paper Girls goes, they're like, oh, what did Stranger Things do this season? We can beat that. We can beat it, triple it. We could double the crazy, triple the crazy. But no, basically, the Paper Girls TV series, they have not announced a showrunner. or rather, they haven't. They've only. I think they've only actually announced one, but now they've added another. I believe, and the showrunner. We actually have a couple. For those who are familiar, they've already announced Stephanie Folsom, who some may know from the Toy Story 4 movie. I believe she was a writer for that. And they also had the co-creator of Halt and Catch Fire, Chris Rogers. They have now added Iron Man Iron Man writer Christopher Cantwell. He is going to be joining the Amazon Studios adaptation of Paper Girls as co-showrunner. And, dude, I'm psyched for it because, you know what? I forgot this was going to be an Amazon Prime series.
You and me both. I'm not even going to bullshit. I thought this was going to be something Hulu related, maybe even Freeform.
I thought Sci-Fi. I thought Sci-Fi was doing it, and I had no hope for the series the last one season.
Yeah, I wouldn't have watched it.
Yeah.
But just knowing that it's on Amazon, there's a level of quality there.
Yeah.
Now I'm excited for it.
Yeah. No, well, because after what they did with Deadly Class, dude, they did Deadly Class so wrong.
Yeah, they did Deadly Class dirty.
They did the motherfuckers dirty as hell. I was like, No, y'all didn't. No, y'all didn't just do Deadly Class like that.
Luke Kang in chat asking, is Brian Vaughn attached? Yes, he is.
Yes.
He's going to be behind the scenes with Paper Girls. His HBO The Last Man series is still in the works, so he's going to be behind that as well. Mm-hmm. And I think there's something else based on Ex Machina that's in the works.
Oh, wow. I wonder if do you think we'll ever get a Saga TV series?
Man,
that's got to be on HBO. That's got to be on HBO.
you could do Amazon as well.
You could.
Brian K. Vaughan can do Amazon. I mean, if Why the Last Man is going to be on HBO, Saga would have man.
Ooh, man. Dude.
I'd love to see how they would do the Will in a Saga show when he gains all that weight.
Man. I don't know. And for those of y'all who don't know what we're talking about, man, y'all really need to check out Saga. Saga is wild.
Don't go in there expecting shit.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, really don't. Just go in blind. Don't look shit up. Just pick up the first issue and go from there.
Okay, let me go ahead and let me stop this before it starts. I see someone in chat saying now, if they work in a guest appearance from Lex Steel, we're good. We ain't doing that this week.
No.
We ain't doing that this week.
No.
You keep the porn stars out of here this week.
Look, okay, first off, I don't want to hear about no Lexington Steele. I don't want to hear about no Jack Napier. I don't want to hear about no Mr. Marcus, no Shawn Michaels, no nothing. Y'all had us in here wilding the other day about that shit. Let's see here. Worst thing, Netflix, Hulu, Amazon, Stars, and HBO picked up Deadly Class. Yeah, no, I was a little upset about that. Jenna James was just saying that neither one of those networks picked it up, and that is some bullshit because I actually think Deadly Class would have thrived on Amazon.
I'm gonna need you to correct yourself because you clearly just said Jenna Jameson.
No, I said James. I said
said Jameson. I swear to you.
I I said James. I said James because I actually thought about it. I was because I was literally thinking in the back of my head, please don't say Jameson.
Well, I didn't even think about that. Saga would have to be an HBO show because of Sextillion.
Yeah. Yeah. God, yeah, you're right. Yeah, it has to be on HBO. But no, I'm a little upset though. I'm actually, you know what? I just thought about too. That was a show that had Latin representation. Deadly Class.
It did.
Main character, if I'm not mistaken, was Mexican.
can you look in the chat real quick so they can go ahead and confirm what they heard you say real quick?
I think y'all heard what y'all wanted to hear. I think y'all heard what y'all wanted to hear. If I did, it was not intentional. But I will say sometimes depending on what I say, sometimes I might speak with a word kind of like breath into another one. So maybe it might have sounded like I said Jameson, but in my head, that's not what I was saying. or not even my intention of saying.
It's very hard being the only person in this thing right now.
What's that?
Literally, it's really difficult being the only person that's pure on this show right now. That's why I'm wearing white right now.
This man is literally okay. First off, no, not after the shit I heard you say when we played Uno.
Talk about it.
Now you don't want to talk about it. Okay. Look, do we need to? Am I gonna need? Because Killer Cam said that she has she went ahead and got that young PlayStation Plus for the year. So
what you talking about happened years ago, man. I don't know what you're talking about. I can't remember that far, man.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say, she has volunteered to rematch tonight. Just saying. Carter got quiet now. He's like, nah, I'm good. Look, I already know what's gonna happen. You gonna get one dub and you gonna deuce. You be like, nah, I'm out.
Hey, the point was proven. Why do I need to stay? I don't understand.
He's gonna be like, nah, I'm good. Oh wait, there's Killer Cam. She said, I'm ready. Actually, she said, no, I'm ready.
Where the fuck did she even come from, dude?
See? Ace has my back. He said James, and. There you go. Anyway, Cammy said that we can record it or stream it.
We have a show to do, man. We need to continue talking about Paper Girls, man.
What I say? Look, do we need to look? I'll stream it. And you know what? I won't even stream it to Twitch. I'll stream it to YouTube. Cause I ain't shit.
Show to do, man.
We got a show to do. Okay. That's fine. Okay. Let's anyway, real quick before we move on, I did want to show off this little tweet. This is Christopher Cantwell right now. Basically being facetious at this point, but basically saying that I'm always misplacing my glasses in the writer's room, so I finally got a string to wear them around my neck. Very old man, I know, but I can get away with it as a co-showrunner of a new TV series with Rogers and brilliant writer Steph Folsom, based on a stellar Brian K. Vaughan comic. And of course, you see here Paper Girls. It says Binder number 2. So, looks good. I can't wait to see it. I'm really curious to see who they cast in the various roles, because Paper Girls is a very diverse squad of characters. I've noticed the Paper Girls characters are just like they're just a really interesting group. Because here, I got a picture right here. Here, let me grab this real quick. For those who are unfamiliar. Here. There we go. But yeah, this is the cast right here. or you know, the characters right here. You know, you got some characters of different persuasions. Like it's not just a bunch of white girls, riding bikes around. They actually got some color in there. I'm here for it. I like to see it. I love to see it. But yeah, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Now, okay, Carter, do we want to talk about this? Do we want to talk about this fuckery before we get into Shane Dawson's nasty ass?
It's like it's damned if you do, damned if you don't, because we gonna go from one dummy to an even weirder dummy.
Yeah, okay. You know what? Because you know what? I tell you what. Let's talk about this other bitch first, because I've already talked about her before, and I feel like we can sum this up real quick. Okay, so J.K. Rowling. J.K. fucking Rowling's crazy dumb ass. Basically, she's been on 10 lately. Going off about, transgender people. Acting a whole monkey. And basically, she has kind of caught some flack yet again. She has caught some flack yet again because someone, let's see here. Someone basically, there was someone on Twitter had basically tweeted saying that, here, let me pull this up. Pat McFadden said, "We are lucky to have J.K. Rowling. Her books have brought so much joy to millions of children. My 9-year-old loves every new Ichabod chapter. Thank you, J.K. Rowling." Don't give a fuck about Ichabod. But anyway, another person came along and said, "I hope you're equally happy to speak out against these kinds of views, though, too." And this was basically a screenshot of someone who had basically caught wind of J.K. Rowling saying that she had just liked a tweet opposing a bill that will criminalize conversion therapy, both sexual orientation and gender identity, at the federal level in Canada. If you were on the fence or thought people were overreacting before, now is the time to take a stand. And basically, this was in her likes. And basically, you see here, it says, "We the females," they tweeted back at J.K. Rowling saying, "A big thank you from Canada, where women's rights to privacy were flushed down the toilet with Bill C-16, and now Bill C-8 will criminalize a therapist who counsels a child to accept the body they were born in. You have given us hope. Hashtag I stand with J.K. Rowling. Hashtag stop Bill C-8. Now, I don't know about you guys, but, I don't often like to speak to these sorts of views because, for one, I am, for all intents and purposes, a bog standard, cisgendered black male. I'm pretty vanilla when it comes to, my gender identity and sexual orientation. I'm as bog standard as they get. However, I don't appreciate the idea of anyone thinking that conversion therapy is okay. And I have been very vocal about that in the past. So, that said, yeah, fuck that bitch. Fuck that bitch. No. Conversion therapy should be criminalized because basically what you're trying to do is you're trying to condition somebody to be something that they are not. And I'm sorry, but, I know some people still don't understand. This, but gender identity, gender dysphoria, all those things, these are very real things. And I just don't think that's a good look for J.K. Rowling, especially after she just sat up here and tried to say she's not transphobic. She's not anti-LGBTQIA+. And yet, her actions speak louder than her words. That would be no different than if I said, I think French vanilla ice cream is just as valid as regular vanilla ice cream. And then I go on Twitter and start liking and retweeting tweets that basically are anti-French vanilla ice cream. Just throwing that out there. It's a weird analogy, but it's the only one that was in my head at the moment. I really love French vanilla ice cream, by the way. Actually kind of want some right now. But, yeah, man, I feel like people, once again, just like with Joss Whedon, I feel like a lot of people are just giving her an automatic free pass because she wrote some books. Like, the bitch wrote Harry Potter. She didn't write the Emancipation Proclamation. She didn't write the Bill of Rights. Just fucking Harry Potter. It's the same thing I said about Warren Ellis when we talked about Warren Ellis the week before. You know, people were riding his nuts. Trying to defend him because he wrote was it Warren Ellis who wrote The Authority?
Yeah, that was Warren Ellis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Castlevania and all this other shit. Like, dude, just because he wrote some stuff doesn't make him infallible or incapable of doing anything. I wish people would kind of get out of that mindset. Like, just because they did something that you like doesn't mean that they can't do anything wrong. Case in point, I just, like, some of you have noticed in the past where, like, you'll see me on streams or in videos where I wear Velveteen Dream shirts. I don't wear that shirt anymore. Because of most of the wrestlers who, with the hashtag Speak Out movement, who were exonerated in some cases. Velveteen has not been exonerated. Matter of fact, Velveteen Dream has been incredibly silent about these allegations, and so has WWE. No one is talking about them. They're treating it about the same way that they treated Pat Patterson back in the day when he was diddling them little ring boys. So, they're trying to sweep the shit under the rug for one reason or another. Even though evidence has come out and basically plainly stated that, yes, he is doing the things that he's been accused of doing. And as a result of that, I no longer wear his t-shirts or his merchandise. And he was one of my favorite wrestlers. So, I'm sorry. And I mean, I like to usually keep the mentality that, guilt, the whole, innocent until proven guilty, guilty until proven innocent. I like to err more on the side of innocent until proven guilty, but my thing is, he's had plenty of opportunities to speak up and say something and has said nothing. Car accident be damned. These allegations have been sitting out here for a long time. Anyway, on the bright side of things, on the bright side of things, you know that Harry Potter has a huge fan base. And as such, you would imagine there are people who, have basically dedicated their lives to her works. Well, I'm glad to see them putting their money where their mouths are. Because 2 major Harry Potter fan sites have basically cut ties with J.K. Rowling. Now, we got some super chats here real quick. Let's address these real quick. Jarrell Boza coming through with a $5 super chat says, I mean, if you like Lex, the series, you would love to like Saga. I say just do an animated series. Maybe. You could probably get away with that. Actually, you know what? Saga might be one of those comics that probably would do better as an animated series. I don't know. What do you think, Carter?
I'd want to see that live action just to see how they would do Lion Cat in live action.
See, that's the thing. Like, there's certain shit that I feel like would translate better in animation, but there's some things I'm curious to see what they would do if they were actually in, like, live-action motion.
I would really like to see actual actors and actresses acting those scenes as opposed to somebody just putting them in a computer or something like that. Because there's a lot of shit that happens in that book where it's to feel how
Dude.
A lot in there, man.
You know what I just thought about? Here's what I would love to see. Let's meet in the middle.
Right.
What if they did it rotoscope style? Like, you know what I mean? Like okay, oh man, what's the name of that one show that's on Amazon Prime? Trying to see if I can find it. Some of you may remember the movie A Scanner Darkly. That movie. Okay. That movie is here. I'll for those who don't know, I'm gonna put it in the chat. Or not
that
chat,
kind of that would be interesting.
Like here, this is A Scanner Darkly. This was a movie with Keanu Reeves. But it was basically what they did is they filmed a lot of it, but then they went back and animated over it. And so that's so what rotoscope always does is it's kind of jarring to look at because when you use rotoscope, you're using actual imagery. So it always comes off with this really weird uncanny valley of realism and not realism. So like the animation's always more fluid. And I don't know, I've always been a fan of it. Like movies like Cool World, Fire and Ice, Heavy Metal, the original Heavy Metal, they used rotoscope, and I love that. It's a really awesome technique. I don't think enough people use it. Another one is an Amazon. I think it's an Amazon Prime series by the name of Undone. Here, let's see, which is this one right here. There you go. This one, I can't remember her name, but the young lady who plays Alita in the movie Alita Battle Angel, based on the Battle Angel anime and manga. God, I'm blanking on her name right now. It's killing me that I can't remember it. Anyway, great actress. But she's on this series, and this is another one of those where it's like, it's animated, but it's also filmed as well. You can also see right here, I think it's Bob Odenkirk from Better Call Saul. But you can see here as well, like, it's just one of those, it's a very interesting technique that they use, and that's how I would like to see Saga. Like, if you wanted to meet in the middle, have like, you have the actual, live action, but you also have the animation kind of blended in there as well. I think it would make things really interesting. Because Saga's just so weird. But we also got another super chat in here from Elevation on Law with $20 super chat. $20 super chat. By the way, thank you for that. He says, Black man talk your stuff. Velveteen needs the guillotine. Yeah, because here's the thing. The reason why the Velveteen Dream thing is kind of messed up is the fact that it's underage people. High schoolers. If that, like I said, now, and once again, I'm gonna say, allegedly, but the things that I've seen, the screenshots of text and DMs that I've seen are incredibly damning. Incredibly damning. And in speaking, and honestly, I don't want to believe them, and I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, but at the same time, I also like to give the benefit of the doubt to the victims as well. I want to hear them out. And I don't know if any other people have come forward, but basically, until he addresses it, or until someone can show me proof otherwise, if he refuses to address the allegations and just let them sit out there, I can't help but think that maybe they are true. They're probably true. If someone puts those allegations out there and you don't say anything, you stay quiet, mum's the word, lock and key, throw it away, what else am I left to think? So yeah, that's why I have that opinion that I have about it. Thank you for that. Ultimate Boosell coming through with the 199 super chat says, it's all about the limitless one, Keith Lee. You goddamn right it is. Keith Lee, man. That brother. Like, I think we were talking about this in Discord yesterday. I say they need to have Keith Lee out here looking like Ultimo Dragon in the 1990s. I want to see Keith Lee with every goddamn belt in the goddamn building. Like, y'all, y'all, for those who know who I'm talking about, in either case, I have to put respect, on this brother. Because Keith Lee be out here. Keith Lee is that dude. That brother is huge. And I'm talking about brother be moving like a goddamn cruiserweight. You know what I'm talking about. That motherfucker be out here moving like a goddamn cruiserweight. Oh, is it, here, let me see if I can find the one where yeah, that's my guy right there. That's my guy. Yeah. Get that one. I want that one. So here, look, for those who don't know, your boy Keith Lee, this big brother, look, thick boy Summer. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Thick boy Summer out here. This dude be out here whipping ass. Doing moonsaults and shit. That motherfucker got a finisher called the Spirit Bomb. How can you not love this man? Matter of fact, wait, hold up. Brother out here putting drop kicks on people. Big men like this usually don't leave their feet. I love to see it. But no, I want this brother, I want Keith Lee. Keith Lee is that type of motherfucker. I want him to have that Ultimo Dragon booking from WCW. I want to see that motherfucker draped in gold, looking like Cat Daddy right here. I want to see him looking like Cat Daddy right here. Here, hold up. Here, look, right there, boom. That's how Keith Lee need to be looking at WWE right now. That man need to have the NXT... Dude, he need to have the tag team titles. First off, no. He need to have the NXT tag team titles. He need to have the Raw tag team titles. He need to have the SmackDown tag team titles. He need to have the Cruiserweight title. He need to have the Intercontinental title. The United States title. The WWE title. The Universal title. What else they got? Hell, he need to have the NXT UK heavyweight title.
You want him to bring the European title back for him too?
Yeah, yes. He need to have the North American. Actually, he's already North American champion. He also needs to be the European champion too. Yes. Shit. And you know what? Bring back the old WCW, the world title. Bring that back so he can win that too. And bring back the old Eagle belt that Bret Hart used to have back in the day. Bring that back so he can win that motherfucker too. Y'all think I'm playing out here. I want to see Keith Lee with that kind of drip. Shit. But no, getting back to it. Oh, we got another one here. SFC Cape Killer coming through with the $10 super chat says, just support, brother. Just support. Man, thank you. Out here. Look. Corey Scott Johnson. He reminded me. The hardcore title as well, please. And thank you. Ultimate Boosell said, fuck, he need the AEW title too. Yeah, look, give him the TNT championship, give him the AEW title. Look, y'all better quit fucking around. Keith Lee gonna come and get them women's belts too. Y'all keep fucking around. He gonna come and get them too. Look, he gonna send Mia Yim after him, so Mia Yim can have him. Let's see here. No, Vince does not support his black stars, unfortunately. It is sad, but true. But who knows? He may not be long for this earth if everybody else in WWE is catching that bitch Carol fucking Baskins. That bastard. Who knows? Maybe Vince got it. He may not be here anymore. Look, said Reikai Bouger with the $4.99 super chat says, make a title just for Keith Lee. Call it the Limitless Championship. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. And you know what? I want Keith Lee to come out every week on NXT and look, don't even say nothing. Just walk in the ring, lay the belt down right there in the middle of the ring, and just point to the back and just have, look, no. You know, okay, no, I got it. Yeah, Here, wait a minute. Y'all know what I want? I want that motherfucker sitting there posted up. Look. Hold, wait a minute. I want y'all to see this shit, because I want y'all to see what I'm seeing. This how I want that motherfucker. I want Keith Lee posted up like this. That's how I want Keith Lee posted up in the middle of the ring every week with a limitless title just laying there, so he just sit here just like. Is someone gonna come and face me? Look, I kind of slick want him to do the voice as well. I ain't shit, and I never said I was. But that's how I want it. That's how I want it. But no, getting back to, oh wait, we got another one. We got a $2 super chat from Darius Harper. No message, just super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you everyone for these super chats that have been coming through, man. Y'all are killing it, man. Y'all are kind of making it a thing in here, dude. Y'all are about to bring tears to a black man's eyes. But yeah, that said, getting back to J.K. Rowling's bitch ass, 2 websites have basically distanced themselves from her. Very Harry Potter centric websites. Yep. And basically what they are choosing to do is these websites are the Leaky Cauldron and MuggleNet. These 2 websites have basically come out and said that no, we're not supporting her. Now, this is kind of half-assed in some respects, because I kind of get it. You can't fuck the bag up. You know, y'all are basically you're kind of making, I'm assuming, making some modicum of a living off of, you know, maintaining a fan site based on her works. But basically, the article goes on to say the 2 major Harry Potter fan sites have chosen to cut ties with J.K. Rowling over her views on transgenderism. The Leaky Cauldron and MuggleNet have chosen not to post any links to Rowling's personal website or use photos of her. They will also stop writing about her non-Potter work, which is something that they kind of did because she ain't writing any more Harry Potter shit. But they said, our stance is firm. Transgender women are women. Both sites declared in a joint statement. Transgender men are men. Non-binary people are non-binary. Intersex people exist and should not be forced to live in the binary. We stand with Harry Potter fans in these communities. So, there you go. They go on to say that the statement continue explaining that Rowling held harmful and disproven beliefs about what it means to be a transgender person, and that said views are out of step with the message of acceptance and empowerment we find in her books and celebrated by the Harry Potter community. But yeah, pretty much everybody and their grandma has come out and talked shit about J.K. Rowling on this. It's like, bitch, you didn't read the room before you started sending out these tweets. Somebody, like, you need to beat the shit out of whoever told you to go ahead and post this. But, yeah, even Stephen King's racist ass came out and said some shit about her. I mean, come on now. Let's be real here.
You know it's bad when a race motherfucker come out and say, "Whoa, you need to shut the fuck up and sit down somewhere."
like you know what it is. You know who J.K. Rowling is. You know people always say, "Oh, you're the so and so of our time." You know who J.K. Rowling is?
I regret asking this, but who?
She is the H.P. Lovecraft of her time. Like, for those who don't know, H.P. Lovecraft is a guy who is mostly known for his Call of Cthulhu, his Cthulhu mythos, his works in that arena. And a lot of people don't know this, but H.P. Lovecraft was racist as fuck. Like, he was so racist that other racists were like, whoa, bruh, we're going to need you to dial it down. And that's what I mean when I'm talking about J.K. Rowling's ass. Like when you got a racist motherfucker come out like, whoa, baby girl, this ain't a good look. Look, I write books where I try and find ways to put the N-word in there. I don't think this is it. What is it? Sincere South Pole comes through the $5 super chat, says, how would you feel if the Kingpin from the Netflix series got his own movie in the Spider-Verse against the Defenders? I would be fine with that. Now, I'm assuming, like you said that this would be, now, are we talking about in the animated Spider-Verse? Is what we're going for here? Or are we talking just in the Spider-Man movies? Like the ones with Tom Holland? Are we talking about was it they're called again? Spunk? Is that
I'm not doing that with you again.
Is
I'm not gonna do that with you again.
Here, wait a minute. Wait. I'm looking it up right now. Hold up. Let me look it up. It's yes, it is Spunk. Sony Pictures Universe of Marvel characters. Spunk. Now, if it's in Spunk, yes, I would definitely be here for it. If they did it in the animated Spider-Verse, I would be fine with that as well. Okay, yeah, he said, he clarifies the Spider-Man movies, like with Tom Holland. Okay, yes, I would be 1,000,000% in for it. Bring in Luke Cage, bring in Jessica Jones, bring in Daredevil, bring in Iron Fist, bring Punisher. Matter of fact, you want to do one better, you can bring Moon Knight in that sumbitch. Put in everybody, goddammit, put in everybody. I would be in for a penny, in for a pound on that. You can get back the same actors, I don't even give a shit. Yes. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. And by the way, thank you for that super chat. Okay, so yeah, basically, yeah, we are now down to. Can we go ahead and talk about Shane Dawson's punk ass now? Because I think it's time to talk about Shane Dawson's punk ass. This was some news that actually came out after we went off the air the other day, last week, I believe it was. Maybe it was later that day or the day after. I don't really remember. Anyway, I had no clue who Shane Dawson was until he got aired out on Twitter. You guys know that in the wake of everything going on right now, we have we've witnessed an historic time in the wake of the Me Too movement having kind of like, I don't want to say fizzled out or died down. It just kind of got quiet. We noticed that in the wrestling community, there was a speak out hashtag. We talked about this earlier. It's how we got on the topic of Velveteen Dream. Where women in the wrestling community and even some men, Keith Lee being one of them, talking about the sexual assault scenarios that they have been victims of. And I'm going to tell you right now, if you can victimize a big motherfucker like Keith Lee, you need to be in jail. Just throwing that out there. I think in Keith Lee's scenario, he was actually slipped a Mickey in his alcohol. and was taken advantage of at a time where he was already spoken for. I don't think he was with Mia Yim at the time, but I think he was with somebody else. But yeah, various and sundry different women and men in wrestling had come out and spoken out against the sexual assaults they had suffered in their career as a direct result of being a part of the wrestling community. And not only was that happening, but other people in the Hollywood were coming out and talking about things that had happened to them. People in the Twitch community, Mixer, the video game industry, and this is still going on till this day. This has been going on for the past 2 weeks. I would even say 3 weeks. It's just been wild. Because basically every time I look up, I'm like, wow, fuck that guy. Or, dude, fuck that bitch. Now, some of these allegations have been debunked, but very few of them. I know Angry Joe, he had some allegations pop up.
Yeah, but he had a lot of receipts for his
he had receipts, which is why I say that's why I'm putting him in that category of those that were debunked. There was a Twitch streamer too. I can't remember the name of the Twitch streamer, but there was a Twitch streamer who had some receipts as well, and basically said, "No, I got names, dates, places." He had a Google Drive full of receipts. And you know what? That has made me start rethinking how I use my Google Drive. Because I have a folder on my hard drive and on external hard drives. And I think I'm going to move that to my Google Drive as well. I have a folder literally called Receipts. And some of y'all know about an incident we had. Dude, you know I do. Dude, some of y'all may know about an incident that we had a ways back where someone tried to say that I was transphobic. Someone who was a member of this community.
I remember that.
Yeah, like someone who, and I'm not going to name names, I'm not trying to shame anybody, but we had a transgender member of this community who came out and said that I, as well as the people in the Blerd Without Fear, the Blerd COA, the Blerd Delegation, Blerd Army, Blerd Condo, whatever the fuck you want to call it, this week, said every last single one of us were transphobic.
Yeah.
They specifically named mods in my community. They specifically named me. They even shared screenshots of conversations we had, but conveniently left out the parts where something I said would have debunked what they were talking about. So for me, I keep receipts. I actually have a folder full of every DM I ever had with that person. Because it wasn't until, and this is what they did, they blocked me on Twitter. They blocked me on Twitter and then started subtweeting about me so that I couldn't see it or respond to it. But what they didn't know is that other people in the community were seeing those tweets and coming back and showing them to me. So then I came back with my rebuttal and I dropped a thread full of receipts. Full of receipts. And it wasn't until I did that they contacted me personally on their hands and fucking knees, begging, crying, pleading that I take down the tweet. Because it blew up in their face. And you know what I'm gonna tell you what it is. No, I'm gonna tell you what the fuck it is. Some motherfuckers always want to ice skate uphill.
I knew that was coming.
You know it.
I knew that was coming.
You know it. Y'all know what I'm saying.
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
Every goddamn time. So, yeah, that's why I tell people, yeah, keep receipts. I keep receipts of, I'm not going to lie, if you DM me something and we have any kind of, anything I feel like could be misconstrued in any way, shape, form, or fashion, guarantee I took a screenshot of it and it is in that receipts folder. In a subfolder with your name attached to it. Government or otherwise. Because I don't trust people anymore. I don't. I do not trust people anymore. Because that was a person who I trusted. I trusted them enough because they were a supporter. They were actually one of my, I don't even know if the community knows this, they were one of my biggest supporters on Twitch. They were one of my biggest supporters on YouTube. They were always championing my cause and my channel and my creative efforts. On Twitter, Instagram, everywhere.
I think that just basically goes back to the point of they did these great things and good things, but we're still a piece of shit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then, after coming back and begging and pleading and crawling on their hands and knees for my forgiveness, then went back out into those streets and was talking shit about me again, but they, instead of blocking me, they protected their tweets so that no one could see them unless they were following them. Because basically what they did was, they blocked me and then unblocked me. So basically we were no longer following each other. And then afterwards, protected their tweets so that I wouldn't see them, and then was talking shit about members of my community as well as myself. And then when I found those tweets, they got blocked, and they pretty much were, they become persona non, they were already persona non grata at that point. But my thing is, this is why I tell people that don't throw out allegations willy-nilly. And that's why I often believe people when they throw out allegations, because it's not an easy thing to do, because the backlash that you will suffer is severe. Because this person not only lost friends in a community, but they kind of fucked around and got themselves basically, I don't like using the term blacklisted or blackballed, but they kind of got themselves blacklisted in any circles that I'm a part of. And all because I had no interest in them sexually or romantically. Not because they were transgender, but because I'm married. I'm married. No, I'm good. Sorry. Had nothing to do with your sexual orientation or your gender identity or any of that shit. I'm married. I'm not gonna cheat on my wife for someone who's simping in my chat. Sorry, because that's ultimately what it boiled down to was simping. That's what it boiled down to. It was simping. But anyways, I know it sounds like I'm about to defend Shane Dawson probably after saying all that. Haha, you'd be wrong. Anyway, fuck that motherfucker. For those who don't know, Shane Dawson is apparently he was a YouTuber. And apparently, he has been a YouTuber since he was 19 years old. I actually had to look this up because I had no clue what he was all about. Apparently, he was
one of the big dogs when it came to YouTubers.
Yeah, he was one of the. He's actually. It's funny here. I want y'all to see what I'm looking at. This is him right here. He's one of the triple OGs.
Oh.
This dude is one of the triple OGs in YouTube. This dude hit the scene in 2008. He's mostly doing sketch comedy and shit like that. And then somewhere down the road, he decided he wanted to get into conspiracy videos. And apparently conspiracy theories made him money. He's basically what, like, I'm not gonna go as far as call them alt-right, whatever, but I mean, like those types of videos, like those types of, it's almost on some Alex Jones level shit. Like some of the stuff, I went back and kind of looked at some of what he was doing, and I watched one of the videos, A Question, where he basically made excuses for people who are pedophiles. I was like, dude, that's not a good look. But you're probably asking yourself, why am I talking about Shane Dawson if I didn't know who he was before all this? What was the big deal? Well, the controversy didn't come about. It didn't come about until he had a little bit of beef come his way by way of the Smith family. And you're probably sitting here asking yourself, the Smith family? What Smiths do you refer to? I'm talking about Will and Jada Pinkett Smith. Jaden Smith. Willow Smith. This motherfucker got dragged. And there are people who have, oddly enough, been making excuses for him. Like, basically, like, okay, so all of this is in response to a video where basically it was an old clip of him that it kind of crept back up onto the internet, where he basically was he probably was actually doing this, but he was basically pantomiming himself jerking off to a poster of Willow Smith. Now, you're probably sitting there thinking, oh, this is probably, yeah, like, she's good and grown now, man. She's I don't know how old Willow Smith is at this point. I don't really care, but at the time, she was 11 years old. This is roughly about the time that she became famous due to, I whip my hair back and forth. Yeah, that song.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is what resurfaced. And then later on, you see tweets from Jada Pinkett Smith and Jaden basically blasting this motherfucker on Twitter, and then all of Black Twitter coming for this motherfucker's neck. Right here you see it says Jada Pinkett Smith to Shane Dawson, I'm done with the excuses. Because he's made multiple excuses to try and get around this in the past. Jaden Smith goes on to say, Shane Dawson, I am disgusted by you. You sexualizing an 11-year-old girl who happens to be my sister is the furthest thing from funny and not okay in the slightest bit. Now, this kind of, like, now, earlier we were talking about, like, Jenna Marbles, or we kind of briefly touched on Jenna Marbles. Is like, he's not the first. Jenna Marbles got blasted for blackface. And Shane Dawson has done some equally racist shit in his past to get views on YouTube. And this is why I don't feel sorry for motherfuckers like Jenna Marbles or him, because you may think that they have changed, but I'm going to tell you right now, the motherfuckers ain't changed. Because what they're doing is, instead of actually trying to come out and fix a problem, they're just walking away. Because like, oh, well, I made my money. I'm just going to walk away. But, yeah, basically, in a video response, in response to his jokes about pedophilia and blackface, he said that I have done a lot of things in my past that I hate, that I wish I could make go away, that I tried to make go away by deleting videos or untagging my Instagram, literally doing whatever I can to pretend those things didn't happen. And see, Carter, I want you to take the floor for a second, because I want you to tell me where he fucked up in that statement.
Everywhere?
Look, this whole statement is a minefield.
Can't even just take the floor. I mean, it's pretty simple. But
yeah,
the thing is, like, Shane Dawson has been having problems for a while. The whole reason he even started the conspiracy theory videos is because there was more drama surrounding him with another YouTuber by the name of Jeffree Star. So this is not new for him. There were people saying that they thought he was a sicko because of, like, the stuff that he was doing, where there was a video of him, like, faking like he was going down on his dog. So it's just like,
Oh, what about the one with the
point
cat? Yeah, he did another one with a cat too, didn't he?
I believe so. I don't
Like-
keep up with Shane Dawson like that because once you weird and you do some shit like that, I know that you get the fuck on away from you.
Yeah.
But he's been like this for a minute, and there's really the simple fact that you try to defend it and just like, no, this is what I meant. There's no way to defend that.
No, there's not. Not any way, shape, form, or fashion. Matter of fact, let's see right here. What was it? My guy Salt C said, I look forward to Dawson's final evolution to alt-right clickbaiter. I mean, dude, I think that's actually, I'm surprised he hasn't gotten to that point yet. I mean, maybe he has. I don't know. I feel like that's his final form. This was a tell the truth to shame the devil, bro. Hey, dude, look, that's what my granny used to say too, and I say it too sometimes. Yeah, was the Jenna Marbles blackface look more like Jersey Shore? Yeah, a little bit. But the thing is, she tried. Anyhow, we got some super chats. Ultimate Boosell with 199 super chat says, I always say money just show who a person truly is, and you ain't lying. You are not lying there, boo. I'm telling you right now, you are 100%, 1,000% on that. 100,000,000% on that. Ashton Fenderson coming through the 199 super chat as well. And just says 5. Oh, I don't know what's going on there. I don't understand.
I see someone in chat saying that him and Jeffree Star were friends. They were. And then I remember there was this big falling out because you had both of the Shane Dawson and Jeffree Star communities going at each other, and that they ended up doing like some kind of a makeup line or something like that. Well, here's the thing. You can have a problem with somebody, but you could still do business with them because money at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's the thing.
So yeah.
Yeah, it says, the Yiannopoulos guy? Yeah, Milo Yiannopoulos. Yeah. Oh, fuck that dude. Oh my god. Yeah, see, I don't fuck with folks like this. This is why, like, this shit was all news to me, because, like, I don't fuck with Shane Dawson. Like, I've actually seen, like, I realized when I saw this shit come out, I had seen him before, but just didn't realize it. Like, I was like, I don't fuck with people like that. I keep problematic people off my timeline. I ain't got time to be curating racist people and fucked up individuals. But here's the funny thing. Now, he had motherfuckers, like, standing for him.
Mm-hmm.
This motherfucker had somebody right here talking about how, who's this right here? Someone, Glitter Urchin, some thought. Appropriate name. Anyway, they say, don't exploit your child for fame if you don't want them to be sexualized for depraved people. No 11-year-old should be famous unless they're master spelling bee or whatever. F you, Will Smith whore. Wow, that's a take. What is this? And I know Shane Dawson did bad things that he apologized for sincerely. But, like, why on earth would a Hollywood family tweet about this? And they don't have good motives. People worship him so blindly, it's embarrassing. Do they realize what they're doing to him? OFC, well, of course, yeah. Of course they do, because they're evil. Evil Hollywood elites. And then, what the fuck? First of all, the Smiths is trending, and I almost throw up. Then I find out they're talking about Will and Jada, but, like, what the fuck? It's not like Shane Dawson personally attacked them. Yeah, he kind of did. Because I'm going to tell you right now, do some shit like that involving my kid. I'll say it right now. FBI, CIA, whoever, you can go ahead and take this shit to the bank and go ahead and put me on that watch list. I'll fucking kill you. I'm not going to tweet shit. I'm just going to show up. I'm going to pull up at your place, and it's just going to be a wrap. It's going to be me and you, and mostly me. There you go. But like I said, this shit, it pisses me off. It pisses me off because people, like, making excuses for this motherfucker like he's some kind of, like, good person. He's not a good person. Fuck this dude. And then this piece of shit. Look here. This is actually from the video he posted. Look, up here looking like a whole ass sloppy mess. I'm willing to lose everything. Motherfucker, you wasn't talking about losing shit when you was acting like you were jerking off to an 11-year-old girl. Fuck you, my guy. Fuck you. When you was rocking that motherfucking blackface, what then? Swear to God. Swear to God. Here, we got one in here. What is this? This is Jen Stampede says, was it white guy here? Can blackface be excused or considered non-racist given the context? I'm going to go ahead and stop you right there. No. Nope. Now, I will say that the episode of Golden Girls they took down from Hulu for blackface, I don't agree with that one because honestly, I understood the context of what was going on, and that was just stupid. It was just dumb writing.
Do you watch the show It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
No, I don't. No, I don't. No.
Okay, because there was an episode there where the group of guys, the friends in that show, they loved the Lethal Weapon movies. They wanted to make their own version of Lethal Weapon 5. Oh, and one of the main characters on that show, he did blackface so that he could be Danny Glover's character. And then he had another woman on the show do blackface, Danny Glover's wife. And then no one came for that show because it's not coming from a racist route. They just want to do Lethal Weapon 5, and that was their version of Danny Glover with somebody doing blackface. Well, not even mentioning all the shit in South Park.
Well, okay, so all right, here I got something for you. Here. Let's see. Okay, so you know how like when black people cosplay as characters that are white or Japanese, Chinese, whatever, they don't ever, at least not in my experience, they don't do white face or Asian face, whatever you want to call it. I've seen white cosplayers who would cosplay as black characters and do blackface, and I'm sorry, that is not okay. I don't excuse that. As a matter of fact, I am actually aware of some white cosplayers who have actually cosplayed as characters like Storm who didn't even bother with blackface. Because my thing is, the costume itself is enough.
Yeah, I would agree with that. After seeing a white guy try to cosplay as Afro Samurai with blackface on, just like, oh my god.
No, it ain't a good look. It ain't a good look. If you're gonna cosplay as black characters, do not put on that fucking makeup. Don't do it. Now I know he does go and say, he says, in my country, in Portugal, it's quite common for white comedians to do blackface. Strong African accent included. Don't do it. Don't you do it. That's a fast look. 'Cause I'm gonna tell you right now, that shit may fly in Portugal, but here in the United States of America, it's a fast way to catch an ass whooping. Like, people get away with this shit because it's on TV. Like, so you can't get to them. But do that shit in public and see what happens. Like, a lot of times these pictures, like, these pictures we see of people. Matter of fact, here, let's, here, hold on. Here, let's pull this up. So, for those who don't know what I'm talking about, here, I got some receipts for you. I got some receipts for you right here. These are pictures of Shane Dawson. And you know, here, let's, for comparison.
We said she saw a white dude as Fat Albert. Oh my god.
So yeah, earlier there, like I mentioned, Jenna Marbles, dumbass. Like just for comparison's sake, like this is Jenna Marbles. It takes a lot of makeup to make her look that good, and she ain't even that cute to me. Like I can see the makeup just caked on, but that was her doing blackface. Like she put on like some bronzer, tried to make herself look. I don't know. It wasn't a good look. It was not a good look at all. The fact that she thought this was cute, nah, this wasn't it. Now you switch over to Shane Dawson's punk ass. Look at this motherfucker. This motherfucker done lost his whole ass mind. He really thought this was it. You could tell this motherfucker thought his shit was on fire. And these were some of the other ones he did. These were some of the other black faces he did. Now, I'm sorry, but no. This ain't it, pimp. This ain't the move. And then you want to sit up here looking like this, looking like a whole sloppy bitch. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to all the people that I offended. I tried to delete the videos. Dude, get the fuck out of my face with that bullshit. Gone. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. That's right. You know, I have questions.
Who man's is this?
That's the question I have. Who the fuck's man's is this? Because anytime if I see a motherfucker trying to stand for this piece of shit, I'm going to be like, this you? This ain't it. Oh, bitch ass. Lord. And look at this shit. Wait, here. Wait a minute. Let's go down into this. So yeah, this is basically the statement I read before, but this motherfucker, he made a 20-minute video. I ain't watching that motherfucker. Basically talking about how taking accountability. And this motherfucker out here using the N-word, putting on blackface. Talking about like fucking an 11-year-old girl like that shit's normal. Like, dude, you a whole grown-ass man. Get the fuck out of here. This motherfucker, like, now, and this is where he really fucks up with me. He's sitting here talking about saying, yeah, I've done a lot of things in my past that I hate, that I wish I could make go away, that I tried to make go away by deleting videos or untagging my Instagram, literally doing whatever I can to pretend those things didn't happen. Because yes, I apologize for them a lot, but I'm 31, almost 32. Those apologies suck. I don't know who that person is anymore. Motherfucker, it wasn't that long ago. But I love how motherfuckers be trying to act like okay, so those videos. Let's see here. Oh wait, matter of fact, before we even get to that, he says in hindsight, he said this video is coming from a place of just wanting to own up to my shit, wanting to own up to everything I've done on the internet that has hurt people, that has added to the problem, that has not been handled well. I should have been punished for those things. Yes, you should have. You should have been punished. You should have got the shit kicked out of you. And then he's going to go on to say that all the racism that he put out there on the internet notably his portrayal of black, Asian, and Mexican people in comedic sketches. He says, blackface was something that I did a lot. There's no excuse for it. I didn't do the work. I didn't look into the history of it and why it's so wrong and why people were so upset. I can't even imagine what it would be like to be black and see this white fucking guy do blackface, and the whole internet at that time being like, LOL, that's insane and I'm so sorry. I should lose everything for that. Oh, no. Yeah, you should. You should. Oh, but this is where he really fucks up with me. He says, as for the use of the N-word in past YouTube videos, Shane admitted to contributing to the normalization of the slur. He says, me as a white person wearing a wig, playing a character, doing stereotypes, and saying the N-word is something that I should have probably lost my career for at the time. Probably. Only probably? Nah, you should have. There's no amount of apologizing that can take it away. And it just... But anyway, he says, yeah, at this point, realizing how many people I've hurt or how many people I've inspired to say awful things or do anything awful, to finally just own up to all of this and be accountable is worth losing everything to me. Motherfucker, yeah, you should lose it all. I think you should not have a goddamn pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. You should literally lose every single fucking dime you got. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe YouTube demonetized him. Did they demonetize him? Am I correct in that thinking?
I think so, but
I think they demonetized all his channels. Huh.
It was either he got demonetized or those videos got a strike or something along those lines.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Look, you know what? I've seen enough. Fuck this dude. He ain't shit. He's taking ultimate L's from me. Dude really is nothing but a piece of shit. And I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. Let's see here. Was it Sincere South Pole $2 super chat says, how do you feel about the White Chicks movie? I don't enjoy it. I mean, let's be clear here. I think the question should probably be more along the lines of, how do I feel about the Wayans brothers doing whiteface? I don't think it's a good look. I actually think it's rather ugly. Especially even going as far as they went to do that. And I don't know. Based on that alone, I never had an interest in seeing the movie. And I ended up not seeing it till like one day I was literally just laying around and it was on and I was too lazy to get up and change the channel. And what I saw, I was not impressed by. But the only takeaway from that movie that I had was that Terry Crews was not acting. That's the one takeaway I had from that movie. Terry Crews was not acting. Look, I saw a meme the other day said they said black people were clowning Michael B. Jordan for going to see a therapist after he played Killmonger in Black Panther. Because like he was so into the character that he had to kind of like go talk to somebody so he can kind of get those thoughts and that mentality out of his head. And then it said, meanwhile, y'all ain't said shit about Terry Crews. Terry Crews still sitting here thinking he in White Chicks. But yeah, anyway, I mean, thank you for the super chat, though. But yeah, no, if you want to know how I feel about it, I do not like White Chicks, and it's actually largely for that reason, is the white faces in it. Because, I mean, I'm not going to be that person who's going to sit here and say that, oh, well, you know, it's okay for black people to do whiteface, but it's not okay for white people to do blackface. No, I'm not going to be that guy. I didn't even like it when Dave Chappelle did it. And Dave Chappelle did it on multiple sketches. Now, to be fair, I won't lie. I will also admit I'm an awful human being, and I laughed at those sketches. However, I did not appreciate the whiteface. Even though what he did wasn't even really white. I mean, he was technically supposed to be a white person. He was supposed to be, was it Chuck Taylor?
Yeah.
I didn't appreciate the whiteface. I feel like the sketch could have done without it. But, I don't know. That's one of those I'm just like, yeah, it is what it is. Let's see what we got. Another one. Oh, Michael Raleigh coming through with a $5 super chat says, speaking of piece of shit, we're going to talk about disrespect. Happy barbecue day. You know, Dr. Disrespect, I don't know enough about the situation. I do know that he apparently had some controversies of his own.
Dr. Disrespect was, number one, he came out on his stream saying that he had been unfaithful. And some time passed, and I think he and his wife did some kind of counseling or something like that, but then everybody moved past it. One reason being because, to be quite honest, it was none of y'all fucking business to begin with. He handled it with his wife. Mm-hmm. Now they're back being a well-oiled machine of a family. Then he went to I don't know if it was a con or some kind of an event where he was just walking around IRL streaming and ended up going into a bathroom.
It was E3.
And okay, it was E3. Mm-hmm. All right. And it was basically just a kid at a urinal stall. And that got him kicked. You didn't say anything. You just saw the kid at the urinal, and then that was it.
Yeah, because it violates Twitch's privacy TOS.
Yeah, so I wouldn't really go as far as calling him a piece of shit.
I think what Michael's referring to, Salt and Sea, I think what he's referring to is the racism accusation.
That I don't know about.
Yeah, apparently, I don't know if anyone is, I don't know if anybody's familiar with Jimmy Wong, but basically he put together a bunch of. I found this very recently, but he had a bunch of clips where Dr. Disrespect was doing caricatures of Chinese accents and the language, which I will be the first one to admit I have done in the past, but not as a joke. Mm-hmm. Like, it was more just me pointing out something. Like, I was pointing out the difference between Japanese trailers for movies versus American trailers. You know how, like, yeah, we have, like, an American trailer. Yeah, usually start like, in a world. Like, yeah, like some bullshit like that. And I would say, like, yeah, if you watch a Japanese trailer for anything, doesn't matter if it's a food restaurant, a movie, a TV show, a wrestling event, a kid's birthday party, that shit sounds like it's about to be the most epic thing you've ever watched in your life. Like, that shit, I'm not gonna rehash it here, but basically, like the Japanese language and the way that it is enunciated, like that shit, Japanese people could literally be saying the nicest thing to you, and it will sound awful. Like, that shit will sound like the fucking world is about to end. Just go, like, I challenge you, go watch a Japanese trailer for something, and come back and see me, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not gonna rehash it here, because I don't want to be disrespectful. But just know that it is a thing. Because I also don't have a good Japanese accent, so that's also the reason why. But yeah. Let's see. I mean, I'll give you this. Was the Splosh the same? Said, but in Shane case before the recent video, I just had to ask someone, but he made 2 apologies videos. One was a live stream apologizing for what he did dating back almost a decade ago. Well, but here's my thing. Had he changed? I mean, maybe did he apologize for the blackface, or did he apologize for pantomiming jerking off to an 11-year-old girl? I mean, because even then, I don't know. Any dude who pretends like he's getting off to an 11-year-old girl, there's no apologies in the world for that one for me. I'm sorry. Speaking as a father, nah. You're dead to me at that point. And even then, I didn't see the videos. I didn't see the apologies. And honestly, if his apology was as half-assed as the one he gave a few days ago, fuck that dude. Because these are half-assed apologies. And there's no way you can tell me otherwise. I'm sorry. There's no excuse in the world you can make for this motherfucker that's gonna make me think any differently or any better of him than I do. Look, unless that motherfucker takes all of the money that he has amassed, the wealth that he has amassed, and donate that shit to Black Lives Matter. He could do that, and I would still think he's a piece of shit, but I would at least think he's a piece of shit who's trying. No. Exactly. Stop buying. Look, okay. You know a motherfucker's racist? Stop supporting them. Stop buying their shit. You know a motherfucker's a pedophile? Stop giving them listens on Spotify. R. Kelly doesn't show up in my Spotify. I don't know about the rest of you motherfuckers. But I can't listen to Bump and Grind knowing what it's about. Because he is talking about a whole ass, young ass girl. Anyway. So he apologized for the blackface. That's fine. That's all well and good. But I guarantee you, if that apology is as half-assed as the apology he... This man literally took 20 minutes out of his day. I'm sorry, but no. That motherfucker... Look, until I see that motherfucker trying... Like, you can make... Okay, here's the thing. I can make a video right now saying that I apologize to everyone who is... I can't even think of anything I've done recently that would be wrong. But I can make it okay, you know what? Let's say that I had offended someone. Let's go on a limb and say that I had offended the shit. I don't even know. I can't think of anything because I literally don't make any effort to offend anyone. But let's just say I had offended women, because that's probably the closest thing I could ever get to offending anybody. Because sometimes I do say some dumb shit because I don't think. But, like, I can sit here right now and say, you know what? I want to apologize to all the women for any misogynist or sexist comments I've ever made. Just that person's not me. That was 10 years ago, and I'm not the same person then that I am today. Look, okay, I can say that bullshit, but here's the thing. Unless I'm actually, like, putting actions behind those words, I'm actually showing that I've changed. I'm actually showing the world that I'm not that same guy. Unless I'm actually out here trying to do everything I can to distance myself from that person. See, this guy talked about deleting videos and untagging himself, but he didn't actually take any action to distance himself from the actual actions. He gave a half-assed apology, deleted some videos, untagged some posts. That ain't shit. It's not shit. You're not actually doing any work. But anyway, happy barbecue day, Michael. And also, again, happy belated birthday. I think I already said that before, but I'm going to say it again, because that's just what I do. Fuck this dude. Anyway, questions. Questions. Do you have them? If you have questions, if you are a member of the Discord, please go ahead. I see we already got some. I think we got one in there right now. If you are a member of the Discord, please go ahead and start dropping your questions in the Discord. You go ahead and put them in the chat right now. Here in the chat, I'll answer those first, and then later, yes, please put. And as Dark Angel said, please put them in the questions channel in the Discord. Do not put them in general. Do not put them in any other area on the Discord. Put them in questions. There is a section called questions. That is the one you want to go to. I am also going to post a link to the Discord in the chat right now. This will be active for 1 full day after the time of this, as of right now. So I'm going to throw it in there. If you are not a member of Discord, you want to become a member of the Discord, I'm putting that link there right now. Click that link. You will join Blerd Koa. Make sure you read the rules of the Discord. It's long, I know, and can honestly be summed up with just don't be a fucking dick. Be nice to people, treat people the way you want to be treated. However, I still suggest reading the rules because some people don't, and I find people sometimes fucking up, and then I gotta say something to them. Because if I say something to you, because I've had some people accuse me of being an asshole about the rules, but the thing is, I assume because I sent you an invite link that directly takes you to the rules page, I'm going to assume that you have read those rules, and in those rules it also says that not reading the rules is not an excuse for breaking them. So, please, and thank you, please, make sure you read the rules. Even if you don't read them right this second, please make sure you read them before the day is out, because I have seen people fuck up, and I do not like banning people. I do not like chastising people. I do not like using my dad voice on anyone else other than my own children, and even then, I don't enjoy it. So that said, yes, questions. It's questions time. Let's see here.
One question you have is, what delayed movie are you most looking forward to watching? And which direct-to-digital have you enjoyed the most? Shocked how good Sonic was.
Oh, no, we're saving those for last. Discord's for last.
Okay.
Yeah, we're saving those for the last one. Let's see here. But I guess since you already asked it, we'll go ahead and answer it. Okay, so this is from Salt Sea. So, actually, Candyman is the one I'm looking forward to the most of the delayed movies. Digital. What movie was I surprised by? The Invisible Man. I was actually surprised that I enjoyed it as much as I did. There's that one. Yeah. There's that one. What about you, Carter?
See, I would agree with you. I would go with Invisible Man as well, because I thought they were still attempting to try and do their whole dark universe thing.
Right.
Didn't expect it to be solid as it was. It was a really good take, because I was happy that it was actually trying to be a horror / thriller kind of a vibe, because coming from the Kevin Bacon Invisible Man,
hey, I will have no slander of Kevin Bacon in the God, what the fuck was that movie even called? Shit.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, Hollow Man. Yeah, the Hollow Man. Yeah. Actually, I like that movie, but it is problematic.
At this point, man, I just want New Mutants to come out already.
I you know what? I actually want to see New Mutants. Actually, the longer it's gone, I actually do want to see New Mutants. I also want to see Wonder Woman and Black Widow, but I mean, I already wanted to see those movies anyway. But yeah, I could throw New Mutants on there as well. Because both New Mutants and Candyman were supposed to be out by now, so that just makes it even worse. The whole, like, oh, they're not out yet, that mentality thing. But yeah, but the thing with the Invisible Man, I appreciated the themes of sexual assault and the themes of abuse, mental and emotional abuse, sexual assault, how those things were handled. I don't think they were handled perfectly, but I think they were handled better than most people typically handle them. And still, well, there's a couple of problems I have, but I really liked everything behind that movie. It's just good stuff. Let's see here what we got. Let's see. So, Mighty Mito Maria says, can you let me know any and all updates on the X-Men books going into publication? I went through major withdrawals. Okay, so basically what's going on, Marvel is kind of doing like a slow drip feed back into regular releases. They're releasing books, but some of those books have been kind of stunted. And, case in point, let's go to... Sco's little website that I like to use, the comic list. Now this week, and the reason why I haven't been covering any X-Men stuff lately is because they just haven't been releasing anything. But they released some not graphic novels, but they released some trade paperbacks and stuff like that. They didn't really release a whole lot of new comics this week on the Marvel side of things. Now you go to next week, and DC didn't really release a lot either. But next week we are going to be getting Black Panther and the Agents of Wakanda number 8, not a X book, but you get where I'm going. Doctor Strange number 5, Empire Fantastic Four number 0, Ghost Rider number 7. Let's see here. We're gonna be getting Marvel's X number 4 of 6. And we're gonna be getting a extended cut of X-Men God Loves Man Kills. And the only other X book that's going to be coming out that's new is going to be X-Force number 10. That's what's scheduled to come out for Marvel. And then for DC, we're going to get more Deceased, of course. And we're going to be getting some more like Wonder Woman, Justice League Odyssey, Justice League Proper, Hawkman, stuff like that, Young Justice. And then once you get past that, I don't think I have the list for the week after that, but I think the week after that, that's probably when you'll see X-Men, and because I know we've already gotten Marauders and Excalibur. I think you'll probably see, like, and I think maybe did we get a New Mutants? I think we got a New Mutants too. I think you'll probably start seeing X-Men, Hellions. We'll start getting those. But right now, it's just kind of a slow drip feed. They're kind of slowly wheeling back into the groove of everything. Let's see here. Let me look. Was LJ Brown said, Blerd, use your dad voice, please. Oh, God. No, nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. I have actually dressed a whole-ass, grown-ass man down in front of other people using my dad voice before. It was embarrassing to all parties involved except for me. And when I say embarrassing for all parties involved, they were embarrassed for the person that I dressed down. Let's see here. Let's look through here. Thank you. And thank you. And once again, Mighty, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Let's see. Who else we got? Let's see. I don't see too many. Let's see. Okay, Marcus Hill says, hey, Blerd, Cthulhu versus Galactus. I'm not going to lie. I have to give it to Cthulhu because Cthulhu just always wins. Cthulhu is such a strange and weird concept. And I want to go ahead and preface, a lot of these are born out of xenophobia. Cthulhu is literally like walking xenophobia. A lot of the Cthulhu mythos stuff is based off of like hatred and racism towards other ethnicities other than just being straight up white.
Yep.
But I mean, yeah, I would give it to Cthulhu for no other reason the fact that Cthulhu is an all-powerful being, and not to say that Galactus isn't, but I've seen Galactus get washed by Squirrel Girl, so, I mean, come on now. I mean, yeah, I'm just saying. Not that he's in bad company, because, I mean, she's apparently washed Doctor Doom and Thanos. So, I mean, hey, you're going to lose to Squirrel Girl.
I hate those issues so much.
I just think they're funny. I just think they're fucking hilarious.
One question you have is, speaking of Empire, are your expectations low for this event?
Yes, they are. They're very low. And largely because I read Avengers. Actually, okay, so I had an option. I could have done a video about Avengers, or I could have just done nothing. Or yeah, I could have released the X-Men video that I released. Or not X-Men video released, but the anime video that I released. And the reason why I chose to do that was because, honestly, there was just nothing there. I felt nothing at the end. And I'm not going to lie. And I want to make sure I preface this by saying this has nothing to do with Hulkling or Wiccan being gay. I don't care. I just don't really know enough about either character to speak intelligently about them on something of this magnitude. And there is some history you kind of have to know about Hulkling and about the Marvel Comics universe as a whole in order to talk about Empire intelligently. And I'm going to admit it. I don't know a lot of that history because a lot of it's steeped in stuff I didn't read. Like older Fantastic Four runs that I have no interest in going back and reading. I thought about putting together like a little primer, kind of like what I did for Dark Knight's Death Metal that I put at the beginning of the video. But I don't know. It just depends. I'll have to see more. And I won't lie, after doing War of the Realms last year, doing like a big tentpole event, man, I'm not gonna lie, that shit wore me out. It wore me out hardcore. I was like, dude, fuck this shit. By the time I got to the end of War of the Realms, even though I was sad that it was done, I was glad it was over. Because I did really enjoy the story, but from a work perspective, I was glad it was over. Let's see here. Let's see here. Squirrel Girl has plot armor, the most powerful armor of all. Yeah, she does. That she does. But you know what? She's so sweet that I love her for it. Says gross to my beloved Wolverine trying to get with Squirrel Girl. Hey. I'm just saying, man. Squirrel Girl knows where the snacks are. Yeah, I won't lie, I'm a little sick of events as well. I think you should only have one major event a year. Maybe two. Maybe have one at the beginning of the year, and maybe one towards, okay, maybe have one, say, like, in March. Maybe like from March to maybe like May, if that. And then once that's done, then, well, and you know what? Maybe have, honestly, no, fuck that. No, just have one a year. That should be it. I'm actually gonna stand firm on that. One a year, have it in the summer. Like, just have a big summer event. Like, May, June, July, done, get the fuck out.
Marvel being Marvel, though, I hate when they do this, because I remember All Different was coming out. They made this claim that we hear you loud and clear, we're going to slow down on events. And then proceeded to announce, like, fucking 3. Marvel is bad when it comes to events. I don't think they're ever not going to be bad when it comes to events. I think what they do now is they'll have a book that it mainly pertains to, and then they'll just say it's a small event or a mini series, but you have to read 67 other books to get the full scope of this mini series. They're bad.
I'm good. I don't need that shit anymore. Like, I tell you what, you know what got me? Okay, so you remember Secret Invasion? Like, remember how Secret Invasion spun into Dark Reign? And then Dark Reign, I think, spun into Siege? And then didn't Siege spin into Fear itself? Oh, no, wait, what was... Here, I'm gonna look up the order here, hold up.
Siege was done Siege basically finished everything at that point. And plus, I don't mind Dark Reign, Siege because Sentry. So I don't really mind. I don't mind it as much, but I think it went Fear itself, and then I could be wrong.
Avengers versus X-Men was going on. Then they did Infinity. Then they did Axis. And then they did Secret Wars.
Original Sin and all that.
Yeah, Original Sin was included in, and just, they were just doing too much. Like, I can't even keep up with all this shit.
I don't like talking about Avengers versus X-Men. I don't like talking about Axis, with the exception of one thing. There was one good thing that came out of Axis, and they ruined it.
What was that?
Sabretooth getting inverted.
Oh, Lord.
Sabretooth getting inverted was cool because it had option to make Sabretooth his own character and not just have him as Wolverine because Wolverine was dead. And for a while there, Cullen Bunn was doing just that. And then Hickman was on the way. Hickman was being talked about. And then they just completely just killed the character. Because if you all don't know, I don't know if you know either, Ernie, but basically what ended up happening was in the book that Cullen Bunn was doing, it was Sabretooth and Monet were a thing. And long story short, Graydon Creed was in hell. And in order to get his son out of hell to hopefully be a better person, he had the switch be flipped back and gave his soul up for Graydon Creed. And then Jonathan Hickman happened, and that wasn't spoken of. And then he just went in the fucking hole.
Oh, Lord.
What happened to Sabretooth is basically happened with Superior Spider-Man. You could have done something, and you did nothing.
Yeah. No, I agree. 100%. 100,000% on that one. Yeah, fuck them for that. I don't like that.
Yeah,
I had actually forgotten about that.
Inverted Sabretooth was great because he now had to feel what he did, but he was still the same character, and that's what I loved about it. He wasn't a Wolverine ripoff or anything, or just he went
like a palette swap.
Yeah, it wasn't that in the slightest. It was still Victor Creed. It was just a Victor Creed who had to feel for some of that shit he's done over the years. And then there was a love interest between he and Monet where he started to care about her a little bit. Then it looked like he might be going back to his dark ways, but he was still inverted and he knew he was inverted. It was a good arc that just like Superior Spider-Man, it had a shit in it.
Yeah, well, I will say I don't hate Avengers versus X-Men. I just think that the story got drug out too far. I think that's my big issue with AVX. I feel like Cyclops got done a little dirty in that one. Just based on how they did kind of fuck up his character a good bit to me. I don't know. And I also feel like the Phoenix doesn't have to be involved in every X-Men event. I just, that's another story. But, here, let's see what else we got in here.
This is question. Yeah. Oh, God. We pay to have a stream where Carter just talks about Sentry.
Dude, you know what? Honestly, this is what I would do if we did that. I would literally just sit back like this. And just let you talk.
This thing, though. I don't think you all realize how expensive this hair was to get it just like that, so I'm pretty certain you all couldn't afford me.
Oh, damn. Look, I'm going to sit back like this. I'm going to sit back here like this and let you do all the talking on Sentry. Yeah, because y'all know how... Look. Some of you who have been in, y'all were in voice chat last night. Y'all heard me bitching about making that damn Spawn video. I was mad to motherfucker. I ain't gonna lie. I actually had to go back and re-record the intro because I did kind of, I don't know. I might put the old one back. But I was like, what's up, man? What's up, person? My subscribers. Fuck this goddamn motherfucker. It's your boy Ernie Blerd without. Yeah, y'all know who the fuck I am. Anyway, we talking about Spawn. Look, I thought about it. I don't know. Maybe I'll put it back. We'll see. Maybe we'll let that be a mystery. There you go. Let's see. Illiterate says, Blerd, any recommendations for tabletop games, board games, card games made by black creators and other minorities? I've woken up to problems of certain games, Cards Against Humanity, and looking for better content. Okay, so yes, I can recommend someone, actually. Matter of fact, I can recommend someone who is in our Discord who is a black tabletop games creator. If you are a part of the Discord, I would recommend talking with Lee337 in our Discord. He is a creator of color in the board game industry. He has been touted as in the same company as gentlemen like Eric Lang, who is a black creator in the board gaming spectrum. As a matter of fact, some of my games, let me, you know what, Carter, I'm gonna take the camera off of you and your luscious locks for a moment.
It's fine.
He's like, that's okay. See, because basically what I'm doing is I'm giving Carter time to kind of comb through it a little bit, kind of straighten it out a little bit more, make sure it's still right. But one of my favorite games. Let me see if I have it on this shelf or the other one. Actually, here, give me uno momento, por favor. Save it. Okay. Sorry about that. Y'all probably saw me almost trip, fall, bust my ass. That was fun. Let's see here. Okay, so you were talking about black creators in the board gaming industry. There's actually, other than Eric Lang, there's been a few, actually. And, of course, the gentleman I just mentioned. There's one game. There is a Black History trivia game by Urban Intellectuals that's really good. I haven't personally tried it myself, but it's a very interesting game that I've heard about. There's one called Black Card Revoked, it's kind of like a Cards Against Humanity alternative. Not really. It's not even really the same type of game. But, hold on, let me do this, because I just realized I knocked my headphone plug out. That one's interesting. There's another one called Rap Gods. That's really good. It's Rap Gods with a Z at the end, not an S. And then of course there are those games. If you are a fan of the Bloodborne, video game, Eric M. Lang also made this game, Bloodborne the card game. Very good game, though you have to have at least 3 people to play. That's the only caveat I put on that one. Another game of his is this monster right here, Cthulhu, Death May Die. Which is kind of an alternative, like if you're into like Arkham Horror or Eldritch Horror, but you want to play something that was probably made by somebody with some seasoning, this would be the one. Also has some very good depictions of people of color in this game as well. And then let's see. Oh, no, not this one. Not that one. The other game, I don't have it in front of me right now, but there's another game called The Others 7 Sins. Also by Eric M. Lang, and also a great game. Really fun. Though that one is a asymmetrical... it's an asymmetrical game, so basically it's a one versus all. So there's that. But yeah, there you go. Let's see here. And let's see. Oh, yeah. Also, I'm glad that Michael Raleigh pointed this out. A lot of people don't know this, but Cyberpunk, the Cyberpunk 2077, that was made by a black man. Don't forget about him. Don't forget about him. Matter of fact, I had to educate some people in another Discord server the other day about this gentleman, a guy by the name of Mike Pondsmith. But he is the guy who created Cyberpunk, and the one that the video game is being based on. For those who are not aware, matter of fact, this is that brother right there, Mike Pondsmith. Dude, cooler than the underside of the pillow. And look, it's still rocking the natural look, man. That's what I'm here for, man. That's what I'm talking about, man. I can't do that, man. I would look all kinds of fucked up trying to stay natural. But so yeah, there's those. Dark Souls, the board game, is hella expensive. I would actually say get the card game instead. You might like it a little better. The board game has some problems. They're problems I can overlook because I have everything for that fucking game. I bought all the expansions and everything because I'm a fucking, weeb, loser, Anyway. Let's see. Marcus Hill says, "Hey, Blerd, I was right about the Adaptoids being one of the main villains in Avengers A-Day." Oh, okay, cool. I can dig that. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, Lusosaurus. Yes, I did. I have every single expansion for Dark Souls. I have all of the different character classes, all of the NPCs, all of the invaders, all of the bosses, everything. I don't think there's a single thing for that game I don't have. Let's see here. But, yeah. Let's get back to... Okay, we're going to go ahead and answer questions from the Discord, then we're going to get out of here. So, Rough Rider 86 says, What's the old World War II saying? When they came for so-and-so, I said nothing. When they came for others, I said nothing. So when they came for us, there was nobody to say anything. Clearly paraphrased, not a direct quote, but that's what I took away from it. I think this is in response to something I said earlier, talking about, standing for people regardless of whether or not they stand for you. And that is actually a quote from that's actually pretty close to right, if not exactly. But yeah, when they came for the Jews, I said nothing. When they came for the so and so, yeah, I said nothing. Then when they came for me, there was nobody to say anything. So yeah, you should probably speak up for other people because you never know when you might be next. Lost Guardian 666 comes through and says, "So what time is that Uno?" I don't know. We're gonna find out. We got a Carter. Do you have any words on Uno? Are you gonna play Uno with us this evening? I know Kimmy wants to play.
It looks like the next question we have is from King Vader right now. How would you incorporate Blue Marvel in the MCU? Short summary.
Oh. Oh Lord. Anyway, how would I incorporate Blue Marvel? I mean, this is one honestly I've kind of brought up before in the past. Honestly, I would incorporate him the same way he's incorporated in the comics. I would retcon him in. Say that he was just laying low. That he was around back in the day, and he was just kind of like how we have in our own history things that have been whitewashed or kind of swept under the rug. Kind of like case in point, the Tulsa massacre swept under the rug. You can say the same thing about Blue Marble. Actually, I would even go as far as to tie him, instead of tying him to more recent times to make it even more plausible, I would actually tie him to maybe something like that. Maybe tie him to a historical event that was also kind of swept under the rug and not talked about very much. Kind of much in the same way like we talk about Bass Reeves, who was the Lone Ranger. And people are only just now realizing that the Lone Ranger was not a white man, it was a black man. Or, case in point, it also in reference to a name that I just saw here in the questions in the Discord, Yasuke, who was a black samurai in Nobunaga's Japan. I mean, there's certain parts of history that have been kind of erased or kept under the wraps. So that's how I would treat it. I would treat it the exact same way. And then when he comes back, just be like, hey, he's laying low. What are you going to do? They're going to do, if Isaiah Bradley is in the, Falcon and the Winter Soldier, they're going to do the exact same thing. So why not there? Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay, Arjack Fellhand says, do you think Mother's Milk will have his big reveal about how he got his powers in The Boys Season 2?
Talked about this a few episodes ago, actually.
We actually did. We actually did. Kind of slick. On the slick, we did kind of talk about it. I don't know, because they've taken a different route with this show. They've taken a different route with the show. Some characters are not exactly the way they were in the comics versus how they are on the show. I actually have a video coming out talking about that. Especially in regards to the Seven. The difference between the Deep in the comics versus the Deep that is on the show. Or, the difference between Jack from Jupiter being around and instead having translucent. So on and so forth. I don't know. Maybe. But the way they started The Boys out is so different than what is actually happening on the show. Like in the comics, The Boys are already a thing. Like they're already established. They're already doing their thing. They're already going after people. They're already going after Teenage Kicks and all these other teams. They already have ways. Like, kind of like, okay, so like in the first couple of episodes, how they were struggling trying to kill Translucent in the first season. How, like, if you go read the first, 2 or 3 issues of The Boys, how easily they clapped up Teenage Kicks. I mean, come on now. But they did it mostly because they try and play the show up for comedy a little bit more than seriousness. But I don't know. We might see that. We might not. Honestly, if they didn't do it, I'm not holding my breath. What about you, Carter?
I have the same opinion I had when we spoke about it. It would be interesting to see because if they go full on with Tech Knight in this second season, I don't think talking about where Mother's Milk's name originated from that much of a stretch.
Nah. That is a fair point. Actually, I've been going back and rereading The Boys. Woo! Tech Knight.
Yeah. I think they could reference and they could speak on what his name came from, but I think that's where they'll leave it. I don't think we're gonna see him. Let's not go there. Not go there at all. I don't think we'll see that though.
No, God, no. Okay, Demon B says, stupid hypothetical question. If you have a mutant that can shapeshift, is it racist if they shapeshift into a different race? It depends. It depends. Okay, so I'm gonna give you I'm gonna answer this hypothetical with a hypothetical. Okay, so Carter, I'm a mutant. I'm a shapeshifter. I can transform into anybody that I've looked at. I shapeshift into different people based on what is needed at the time. So whether that person is black, white, brown, blue, green, periwinkle, or gold, whatever, I transform into that person if it suits me at the time. Now, if I am doing this, so if I'm doing this without any regard to, the race of the person, like, let's just say, as a black man, I typically only transform into other black people. Okay, nothing racist about that. But let's say I'm driving a car somewhere and the police pull me over and I transform into a white person just so I don't get shot. I mean, problematic in some ways, yes, but a defense mechanism. I'll throw you one better. I decide that I want to commit a crime. Let's say, hypothetically, I'm actually a white person who's a shapeshifter, but I transform into black people whenever I commit a crime. That would be racist. That would be unequivocally racist. Like, there'd be no question about it. I think it would really just depend on the person. Like, I think one of my favorite characters from the Milestone Media team, the Blood Syndicate, they had a similar power where, like, they weren't changing into different races. Well, I mean, they were in some cases, some not. But what they were doing is they were a woman who used their powers to always represent as male to fit the identity they wanted to portray. Now, in the case of race, it's a little more tricky than that. But I don't think a person who's a shapeshifter who transforms into somebody else of a different color than what they actually are is racist unless they're using it in racist ways, like what I just mentioned. Even in advantageous ways, I don't think is bad unless there is malice behind it. Like, a black person transforming into a white person whenever a cop pulls them over just so they ensure their own survival, that's fine. I don't really give a shit about that. But a white person transforming into a black person just so they can get in the NBA, kind of fucked up. Just it depends. There's a lot of factors that go into it, but no, I don't think it's inherently racist. Just there has to be more in there. Dark Rain 007 says Blue Marvel and Icon versus Superman and Hyperion. I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably gonna take Blue Marvel and Icon because I always bet on black.
Plus, the two they'd be going against would be Superman and Superman.
Yeah, it's just two Supermen. That's all it is. Because Hyperion is literally just Marvel Superman. Like, they didn't even change anything about him, really. They're like, no, he's just Superman. That's it. And Icon has been shown in the Milestone universe to be as powerful as Superman. So, yeah. And Blue Marvel has powers that go beyond just being a black Superman. So yeah, there's that. Let's go up next is Yasuke26 says, what's up guys, glad to be on the Discord finally. Did y'all check out the second Gambit fan film from model Nick Bateman on YouTube? If not, look it up. It's been getting some buzz on comic book / movie sites. He's my pick for Gambit in the MCU. I have not seen it. I'm not gonna lie, and this is gonna make me sound like an awful human being. I'm not really big on fan films. Just because I always kind of view fan films as mental masturbation, like you're jerking off over something that you can probably never fucking have. That's kind of how I've always viewed them, though they do serve a purpose. But it's just as one of those things I don't personally get into them. So whenever there's a new fan film out, it's probably safe to say Ernie has not seen it.
And I'm of the different perspective of that. It's just like I like seeing good and interpretations of stuff because then you get things like the guy who did the short film about the Punisher, and he actually got Thomas Jane to reprise the role of the Punisher.
Yeah, Dirty Laundry. Dirty Laundry. That was actually a good one. That's actually a good one.
Yeah, he did Dirty Laundry. He did the Power Rangers unauthorized bootleg. I think it was the name of it.
Yeah. I like that one. Actually, even though it's a little weird in some spots, I like that one. I think it's fine.
The only reason I bring that particular gentleman up as an example is because from him doing those short films, he was then given the reins to do the Dredd movie that we all like.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He was given the reins to be a part of the Castlevania show.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, he might be getting the reins to do a Legend of Zelda show.
And is he doing the Devil May Cry one? Because I know Devil May Cry, and I think another. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I'm fine with that. Like in those situations, I think fan films are fine. But like I've seen so many bad fan films, and I'm just kind of like, I've seen fan films that straight up miss the point of what they're doing, and I don't have time for that shit. But if it gets someone a job or gets someone like to the next level, yeah, dude, fuck it, go for it. Let's see here. Let's see. Next up, Zacharias Tube says, should the X-Men join in on Empire? And if so, do you think the Shi'ar would join in? I think the Shi'ar are already involved. I think I saw something like the solicits where I think they're involved. The X-Men, honestly, they need to stay out that shit. They got their own problems. I would treat that shit no different. If it was, look, I would take the Wakandan approach. If I was anyone on Krakoa, I'd be like, let them motherfuckers pull up. Let the motherfuckers pull up and we will deal with it then. But that's another story. Losersaurus said, oh, wow. Here, let me get a sip of some water. Shit, voice crack.
All right. Losersaurus said, quick thoughts on Last of Us 2 after beating it. Who was your fave new character, and what do you think about these fools mad about Last of Us 2 sending death threats to Laura Bailey's character? Idiots who are way too serious and cannot distinguish reality from entertainment. You were literally talking about this last night.
Yeah, we were literally talking about this last night in the Discord. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you right now, I love Abby as a character. I don't give a fuck who hates me for that. I love Abby. I think she's a great character. I can tell that the devs originally wanted the game to be about Abby, and actually, Deku Venom and I were talking about this last night, and he confirmed it for me that originally Ellie and Joel were not supposed to be in the second game originally. Originally, their story was just supposed to be done and left ambiguous. It was, and if you actually go back and look at the original, I think it was either the VGAs or E3 trailer that they showed, and it's actually a scene that's in the game, where you see like these cultist people that have a character strung up. Turns out that character is Abby, and there's two new characters who intervene, and they're one of the it's both Asian characters, one of which is trans. So yes, Abby is not the trans character in the game. Everyone kept trying to say that shit because she's muscular, and it's like, no, that's not the case. The trans character of the game was somebody else entirely that you don't even meet till way later in the game.
Makes people sound really, really fucking stupid that they think just because a woman is muscular, it must be a dude. You don't sound dumb as hell when you say
well, no, here's the fucked up part, though. By normal bodybuilding standards, Abby's not that big.
Oh.
She's as big as your average female wrestler. Like, you know, that actually works out. Like, not the fitness model ones, but I mean, like, the actual, like, the ones that, like, do, like, legit weightlifting. Like, she's not, like, because people kept saying, oh, dude, she's as big as Brock Lesnar. It's like, no, she's not. She's really not. Like, if you even look at her compared to the other dudes, like, she's just big for a woman.
He's what we call in the South stout.
Yes, she is stout. But, no, the thing that I found funny about it was that, yeah, all these people were giving hate towards Laura Bailey, who simply just voices the character. She doesn't write the character. She has no creative control over the character. The character, I felt, had a good arc, and I feel like a lot of people missed the point of the story, is that revenge leaves you empty, and that if you seek revenge at all cost, you will poison every relationship around you, much like Ellie did. Just like Abby kind of did. And Abby had just as much of an excuse to seek revenge as Ellie did. Because I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of people are, and Deck and I were talking about this personally, a lot of people are trying to put today's real world ideals onto characters who are A, fictitious, B, grew up in a different world than you. Abby and Ellie grew up in a world that was already infected. By the time you get to Last of Us 2, Ellie is 19 years old. Abby is in her early 20s. The infection kicks off, roughly around 2013?
Okay.
So, by that standard, Ellie, we already know by the time she was born, the infection was already widespread. It was already a thing. The world was already fucked. Abby, by the time she was likely born, because she's really not that much older than Ellie, only by a little bit maybe. Because they say early 20s, I'm thinking she's not older than maybe 22, 23. So Abby, when she was born, the world either was just about to go to shit, or had literally just gone to shit. I would even dare say she probably was born, she was probably a baby when the infection first started catching on. So these people grew up in a world where they had to kill people to survive. The world is not the world that we live in today, so you can't put that same moral bullshit on a lot of things. Characters are morally gray. Joel is not a good person. Yeah, we talked about earlier about Joss Whedon. Just because Joel is nice to Ellie, he's still a piece of shit. He was a fucking marauder. He was a fucking killer. He was a savage. Matter of fact, it's even stated that he was kicked out of the group that he was in that was doing all this shit, capturing people and robbing them and killing them. He was kicked out of that group because he was too fucking hardcore. Tommy even talked about how the shit they did still gives him nightmares. Joel was not a good guy. He just happened to be nice to a little girl, and you fell for it. Think about it. Joel, in between... Okay, so fuck the prologue of the game. From the time that you're with Joel in the beginning of the game until you meet Ellie, and even really until about a good chunk in the game past that, Joel's not likable. At all. He has no redeeming qualities. He's a dick. He's an asshole. And honestly, I hated Joel up until he started being nice to Ellie. I'm sorry. It just is what it is. You can be mad about it, but it is whatever. I don't give a fuck. However, oh, good lord. I see some long-ass questions lying ahead. Okay, we might save some of those for later. Anyway, point of the matter is, because I ain't trying to be here all goddamn day. We've already been here way longer than I had planned. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. And this is going to be the last question. I'm saving the rest of them for next week. But anyways, point of the matter is, Abby is my new favorite character. I am a 100% team Abby. And by the end of the game, I don't give a fuck about Ellie anymore. And it has nothing to do with Abby. It literally has to do with how Ellie deals with the situation. That Ellie allows revenge to poison her heart and her mind and doesn't realize it. And she doesn't realize that she's becoming just like Joel. Say what you will about the pacing of the game and how they laid it out, whatever. We can't change that. It is what the fuck it is. So we have to accept the story as it is. And if I accept it as it is, then I accept it, and I'm perfectly fine with it. Do I feel like they could have done more to maybe not use so much shorthand to better explain Abby and explain her reasons? Yes, I think they should have, but they didn't, so I use the cues that they have given me. There are they put a lot of money into the physical and like the facial and physical cues of characters in this game. If you pay close attention, there's something that Abby does in the game, and when you see it from her perspective, if you pay attention to her face and her body language, you will notice she is realizing something. And she is realizing that what she has done will not bring her dad back. It is not going to change her life going forward, and she realizes later on that she needs to just get the fuck over it and move on. Take it how you will. Anyway. We got a super chat, $5 super chat from Jarrell Boza asking, hey Ernie, would you ever cover Marvel's Supreme Powers? I don't know. Maybe. I'm going to have to look at that one. That's one of those that, I'm not going to lie, y'all, after doing the Spawn video, I am reevaluating some shit. I am reevaluating some shit. Because I want y'all to know, there's some wild shit on that list of stuff people have requested from me from that fundraiser. I just want y'all to know, there's some shit that comes up that I'm like, man, y'all gonna really make me watch Baki and analyze this shit. Y'all have no idea how fucked up that video is gonna be. Y'all have no idea how... You have no idea what video y'all are asking for. Oh, there are going to be some folks that's going to be mad at me. Anyway, no, that's it for questions. We got to get out of here because was it? We started 12. Was it 1, 2, 3? We've been at this for a minute. So yeah, let's get the fuck out of here. Carter, tell the good people where they can find you.
Twitch.tv/Carter Presents, not presents. I may be on today. I've been looking at a game that you have been talking about for a minute now. I've been looking at Dying Light, and it's in my cart. I just haven't pulled the trigger on it yet because I just don't know. I might be live today with that. I might be around just to watch everybody play Uno and watch all those shenanigans. But that's all I'm going to say about that one. Twitter is the same as the Twitch. Carter Presents, all one word, just like right here.
That is
right
true. That is true. That is true. Yeah, I put it right there I put it right in there. Right in there. We should make Blerd watch Spawn. Oh god. I'll watch the animated series. People don't know this. I actually watch the animated series quite regularly.
Are you watching the Michael Jai White movie until you love it?
No. No. I like the soundtrack to the Michael Jai White movie. I love the soundtrack to the movie. I just don't like the movie. Movie is, oh god. Especially because it came out right around the time as the animated series. Like, dude, how did the animated series get it right and you didn't? Come on now. Anyway. Let's see. Can I do more content on Indie Black comics? I kind of have been, sort of. I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I don't really like doing indie comics the way I do other comics because I mean, not to say that I'm not leaving anything for you with the other things, but I really kind of just want y'all to just go support those things. That's really all there is to it. But, I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. It just depends. Sometimes I need an angle. I need an angle for a reason why I'm talking about something. So, yeah. Let's see. Let's go ahead and get it on down. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and get it on down. And, man, y'all... Yeah, if I'll keep your eyes peeled towards Discord to find out what we're doing gaming-wise tonight. If we do play Uno, I will probably stream it here on YouTube as opposed to Twitch, just because, I don't know. And we'll just kind of go from there. I don't know. I have to figure out ways to kind of like... I try not to muddy my YouTube channel up with random and sundry shit, because YouTube is really funny about not recommending you for some things versus others, depending on how people respond to it. So I don't know. We'll see. If I do it, I'll let you guys know. Just kind of keep an eye on the Discord, and you'll kind of get an impression of what's going on there. But that said, we're gonna get out of here. I want to say thank you to everybody, for your super chats, your questions, your attention, your time. We went way over on time, more so than even usual, for something that we originally, Carter and I both agree, was probably gonna be a very low-key short show. That said, we're gonna get on down. I love you guys 3000. Please B+ Ultra to each other, and I will see you all next time.